was knocking at your door every week, and I saw you in my fortune cookie. What a great gift, like a basket of goodies. But you were cold as an ice sea, and I got a little bit of a brain freeze. I can speak your language, if you just let me in. I don't need a dating app, 'cause I got a candy crush on you. But you broke me like a Kit Kat. Let my heart now fell running in the trash. Now I'm scrolling and paroling through your Instagram feed. No more trolling, but you're all I wanna see. Insanity approaching, man, I'm drinking jealousy like a Coca-Cola. Are we? I'm gonna keep the doctor away, 'cause you're my apple every day. Every day I'm thinking about you, muffin. When I wake up, I'm thinking about you, muffin. You know our love was 10 times sweeter than candy, 10 times sweeter than cake. Thinking about you.
Alright. He's an angel, like a fruitcake. Got a halo and I'm looking like a double take. Stream with me, I'ma be a e-boy. We go my diamonds, ayy, I know I'm a bad boy.
I've been looking in a jar full of jelly beans. Fly me to the moon pie up in Tennessee. Maybe I'll find you, yeah, we were meant to be. With the ring pop, I'll get down on one knee. Marry me.
Willy Wonka, Willy Wonka, I'ma be your chocolatier. Oompa Loompa, Doopa-Dee-Doo, you're the one I need, so have no fear. Gotta call you mine, be my Valentine, the one of my dreams. Let me kiss you like horses. I'm gonna keep the doctor away, 'cause you're my apple every day. And every day I'm thinking, every day I'm thinking, every day I'm thinking about you. Thinking about you, muffin. When I wake up, I'm thinking about you, muffin. You know our love was 10 times sweeter than candy, 10 times sweeter than cake. Thinking about you. You bet I'm thinking about you. Your love was 10 times sweeter than candy, 10 times sweeter than cake. Thinking about you.
Oh my gosh, I love you.
I'm thinking about you, muffin. When I wake up, I'm thinking about you, muffin. You know our love was 10 times sweeter than candy, 10 times sweeter than cake. Thinking about you. Ding dong, trick or treat. I was knocking at your door every week, and I saw you in my fortune cookie. What a great gift, like a basket of goodies. But you were cold as an ice sea, and I got a little bit of a brain freeze. I can speak your language, if you just let me in. I don't need a dating app, 'cause I got a candy crush on you. But you broke me like a Kit Kat. Let my heart now fell running in the trash. Now I'm scrolling and paroling through your Instagram feed. No more trolling, but you're all I wanna see. Insanity approaching, man, I'm drinking jealousy like a Coca-Cola.
like a food cake. Got a halo and I'm looking like a double take. Stream with me, I'ma be a e-boy. We go my diamonds, hey, I know I'm a bad boy.
I've been looking in a jar full of jelly beans. Fly me to the moon pie up in Tennessee.
Morning chat. Hello. Totally 100% on time. Oh, hold on. Lucy, come here. Get up. No, you get up. Ow, fudge. Ow, my knee. Son of a gun. Ow. Oh, I smacked my knee. Okay, I'm back. Oh my gosh. Oh, I'm suffering. Oh, the agony. Okay. I think I'm gonna be okay, chat. Oh. Oh gosh. Oh, it hurts so much. Ooh, I'll be alright. Give me a minute. Ooh. Oh, fudge. Ooh, that was something else, chat. That was something else. Holy fudge. Alright. Good morning, everybody. It's only us? Where is everybody? This is ridiculous. Alright. I kind of like that color, but how are you guys doing today? I still just... Great, there's a creeper hole there. I'm pondering. I'm pondering, chat. Okay, let's head down. Whee. Hello? How are you guys doing? How are you guys doing? Are you having a good day? Little Nico, thank you for the 8-month sub. Hi. Taking over the kingdom. We are taking over the kingdom, chat. Not anyone else. Me. And we're gonna do it in style, chat, while we strategically think about what blocks to use for this. Oh, hold on. There we go. Okay. I really need to switch to a weapon that's not fire. Okay, I love the darkness of that. Is looking good. I do think I want to kind of change some of the slope. But let's think about it aesthetically, chat. What can I do no shot it starts raining the second I sleep. No shot. That's actually crazy. Okay, this is rigged. Okay, what can we do, chat? Because I'm really struggling with this pattern. I've been trying and pondering about it for so long, it feels like. And it's flipping raining! Why? How is it raining? And I'm lagging. Hold on. Let me see if I... How am I lagging? I have something turned on that should be preventing it, chat. Okay, this is weird. I have no idea why I'm lagging. Alright, chat. I'm gonna try something. I may disconnect. Let's find out. If I disconnect, I'll be right back. Okay. Nice. Alright, everything seems to be working still. Stream not down. Alright. GG, chat. Let's go. Hold on, chat. There you go. Where was I? Alright, seems to be working again. Let's see. Yep. Okay, there we go. Anyway, chat. We're still here. Thankfully, no disconnects. I'm really struggling, chat, with trying to figure out, like, the best block type for it. So here's what we could do. Let's not stress about the block type. You know what? Honestly, that's a good suggestion. Moving this, say, up here, like in this area, could look kind of cool. What do you guys think? Maybe using it as like a layer or something like that. That could look nice. Okay. I want to get some tough bricks, because I think I want to use tough bricks If we're gonna go with something like this. Hold on, let me see what I've got. Where is the one? Let's get some of this. Where is it? Okay. Let's see what sort of tough slabs we've got. Hold on, we only have 2 types of tough. Polished tough slabs, or we could do tough brick. What are you guys thinking, chat? This one's a little bit darker. This one's a little bit brighter. Are we actually liking any of these? Thank you for the raid, Rachel. Hi. Polish does look kind of nice, and it looks a little closer to gray. Okay, let's put some of this away. Let's do some organizing. Put that away, that away, that away, that away. Let's do this. Hold on 1 second, chat. Alright. Here's what I'm thinking. Let's just work on a pattern, chat. So what's a good pattern? I think we want to have a fountain kind of like right here. I'm kind of imagining a fountain like right here. Right? Chiseled is also nice for edging paths. Yeah, I do like doing sort of that pattern. I think we could do around the stairs. How does this look if we replace this? Here, let's try something like this. Does that look good to you, chat? What are your thoughts? Like color-wise, does that look alright? What do you think, chat? Oh, hold on, Lucy barking. Quack. This dog, chat. I'm gonna sell her. Hold on. Trying to find a design I saw the other day. Where is it? You know what? I just can't put my finger on it, chat. I just genuinely like the color. I'm trying to avoid like deep slate, but I just can't think of what vibes, chat. Gosh, I really want to do this in creative mode. It's so much easier to find stuff in creative mode because you can just go blip, 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 blip. I feel like Blackstone is pops too much. So I'm not thinking Blackstone. Because I feel like it's got to be a little bit more subdued. The grass throws it off terribly. Yeah, I'm going to replace the grass. Like, it's not going to be grass. So I don't think we have to worry too much about the grass. Lucy? No. Stay. No. Okay, so let's think. Try doing it on a single world first. I don't want to. I like this path. I just need an edge block that works well with it. That's not something crazy to get. Like, it's just got to be something that works well and isn't like crazy hard to get. Okay. We could try maybe stone. Maybe something stone. No, stone slabs wouldn't look good. What are you thinking? Skulk? There is no skulk slab, chat. So unless I want to bring it up like one. Andesite could look good. Polished andesite. But I feel like that just wouldn't work well with it. Cobbled deep slate. That's potentially one that could work. Hold your muffins. Dang it, I need another pick. I was thinking something like deep slate tiles. Hold on. This could theoretically work. What do you guys think? Or is this too... The problem is, though, we're kind of using deep slate here. What do you think, chat? That could actually work. Okay. Now, I feel like we need to have something brighter on the outside to, like, add a little bit of a splash to it. Like, that could literally be good. But we need, like, something on the outside that blends well, because the grass just doesn't look good. So, but I don't want to use mycelium. I think it's too dark. We could use the nether wart block to kind of add some color, like the purple one, or the blue one. I mean, not the one you're thinking of. You're the one that's like nether with blue on top. We could do that one. Or, theoretically, tell me what you think about this. I think we incorporate mud, or we use tough as the pattern. What do you guys think? Tough looks kind of cool. It's kind of dark. But I think mud would look even cooler. But how do we make mud? Isn't mud like you need a glass bottle or something? How do you make mud? Here, let's get some glass. I'm not giving you any, Lucy. So just chill. She wants some food. Alright. Then you have to water bottle. Click a water bottle on dirt. You're kidding. I have to do that for every single one. Oh my gosh. Hold on. Let's just make a cauldron, chat. Okay, I'm gonna just make a cauldron. Wait a minute. No, I remember you can actually drain a cauldron. Like with water bottles. Easier to do underwater. Are you sure it's easier? What, if you place water underwater? Oh, you're saying, gosh darn it. This is so annoying. I literally, it just right enough to start writing. Dripstone could look good. All right, let's try something, chat. This is so annoying, chat. I literally just got you-know-who settled, and now she's freaking out. She's just sitting here just going, because she thinks there's dinner. Okay. This is so irritating. Mangrove swamp would probably be the easiest way. Does anyone know where a mangrove swamp is on the map? Because I'm not against doing that. Oh, that was pretty easy. If anyone finds a mangrove swamp, let me know, and I'll go over there. Okay. So let's see. Mangrove isn't so far away, but don't have cords. Yeah, if you can find cords, we can go there and get a bunch of mud. But first, let's see if we like the way the mud looks. Okay. Let's see if would this blend well with the color we're trying to do. And would doing soul sand actually be better? I like the color, chat. I like the color. Like, I think it looks nice. It's a little bit lower. I keep forgetting. Patches of soul sand with mud. I don't know if I like the soul sand next to it, though. Just doesn't look that great. Mangrove swamps are pretty hard and random to find. Machine would be better. Nah, someone knows where it is. Like, someone knows where it is, so we can just go there. Yeah, soul soil, if you have the cords. See, look at that. That actually... What do you think, chat? Does this look good? Negative 691, 4247. Okay, we'll go there. 4247. Yeah, soul soil has a slightly different tone. What do you think of that, chat? That could look good. Aesthetically, instead of all the grass. Oh, you know what I just realized, chat? We can actually place it one block up. Because that's why I dug this down this low. So I could place a layer on top of it. Sweet. Alright. Okay, I like this. Let's go get a bunch of mud. How much mud do you think we're gonna need? Doesn't matter. We have a thing to pick it up. Alright. Let's go. 4247. 4247. That's probably the closest one. Alright, fireworks. We should have some in here. Elytra time, chat! Think about how easy... Man, I wish it was still raining. 4247. Alright, let's get some altitude. Whee! Alright, then we can kind of tilt. Just like this. This is the way you maximize your distance. You just go a little bit down like this. Whee! No, wrong way. What? Colbert? Hold on. Negative 415? Negative 415 instead. Okay. Oh, someone's got the wrong one. Okay. We almost, honestly, chat, kind of would have been funnier to go the wrong way. Okay. Negative 4152. Negative 15. Okay, we're going this way. Dang it, I wish it was still raining. We could get there so much faster. Oh my gosh, it's gonna take a lot more fireworks to get there. We might need to save some, chat. We... One at negative and 5-1. Oh, okay. Negative 4152, negative 1500. Negative 4335 517. That one's probably the closest. Alright, we'll head there. Whee! I like angling down a little bit more, even though it takes a little bit more elytra. Okay, wait a minute, chat. I burned down that jungle. There's no shot, chat. I swear I burned down that jungle. Not too long ago. Maybe I didn't. Were there really just all these jungles that I missed? Okay, we're almost lined up. Come to think of it, terracotta, there could be a color of terracotta that could work, chat. Maybe the brown terracotta? Think about blocks as we fly. And we're lined up. Let's just go this way now. Whee! Let's angle up just a smidge. Nope, too high. There we go. You don't want to be angled too high. You don't want to be angled too low. Badboyhalo, is this really you? Hi. I think so. Unless we're in a simulation and maybe I'm just a copy of Badboyhalo. Never considered that. Could it be, chat? Could I just be a copy of Badboyhalo? Is this it? This is not it, right? What? This is a swamp. Here it is! Yay! Ooh, wait a minute. Hold on a second. I really want this now. I want some of this. No shot! This doesn't work on this? What the fudge? Hold on a second. Oh. Weird. This is so unfortunate. This just doesn't drop. I really wanted some. I'm gonna have to mine it manually now. What is this? What the fudge? I love this block. What is this block? Chat, I need it. Also, where'd all this yellow terracotta come from? Also, where'd this big potato come from? What the fudge? Where'd all this stuff come from? What? 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 I have so many questions. Okay, I'm so confused. Whatever, let's put this in here. Why do I have a baked potato? I'm gonna eat it to show dominance. That's a good idea. Okay, so I want this. How do I get this? No! Muddy mangrove roots. Okay, what is this and how do I get more of it? Because that's flipping awesome. This is a cool block. Okay. Alright, let's just go harvesting, chat. We're just gonna collect it all because that's like the perfect block for us to like mix in with stuff. It's literally perfect. Gimme. Okay. Put that in, that in, that in, that in, that in. Not sure where that came from. That can go there. We need more of this. And I need more mud. So we'll do 2 of that. 2 of that. Throw that out. Don't need that. And we'll get that and that. Okay. I want the mangrove roots, chat. Hey, guess what? If you place water in the roots, non-muddy, you can waterlog them. How do I make muddy mangrove roots? I want to make that. Is that craftable? Like, can I craft more of that? Or do I have to, like, do something for it? You craft with mud and roots? That's it? Let's go. Zoop, 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 zoop. Okay. That's good to know. That's actually pretty easy to do. Okay. Oh yeah, this is way faster than doing this by hand. Think of how annoying that would have been. We would have spent the whole stream just crafting. I just refuse to do that. 1 mud block and 1 root block to make 1. Oh, that's good to know. Okay. We're short on... We need more roots. And we also need to take this out. This will be our other resource gathering thing. You ever feel like a plastic bag, chat? By the way, guys, I just remembered. Lauren sent me a new emote. It's so cute. I'm gonna add it later today. I totally forgot to add it before stream. You guys are gonna love it. It's so cute. We got a new emote, a new ghosty emote. It's a good one. You guys will really like it. Also, where did the yellow terracotta from and why is it over there? Someone must have been here before and they just conveniently left a bunch of yellow terracotta on the ground. It's a little disconcerting, chat. You know what, chat? That's our word of the day, which we're gonna start doing one of those from now on. Disconcerting, chat. Do you guys know what disconcerting means? Word of the day, disconcerting. Let's ask Siri. Hey Siri, define disconcerting. Let's become smarter, chat. Disconcerting, causing one to feel unsettled. He had a disconcerting habit of offering jobs to people he met at dinner parties. Disconcert, disturb the composure of. Disconcerting. So, if you felt disconcerted, it meant you feel uncomfortable, unsettled, disturbed in some way. But not like scared. More like, that's very strange kind of thing. This stream, for some people, might be disconcerting. Why is Bad starting a habit of teaching us new words? I don't want to learn. This isn't school. I stopped going to school. School is for the weak. Anarchy. Bad made his chat disconcerting. Disconcerted with his new word of the day trend. They don't like learning. Ah! Ah! Bad almost died, making the chat very disconcerted. Oh my gosh! Let's go. Did it. We did it, chat. Blink. Get out of there. Alright, let's get a little bit more. I don't think we can go wrong by just snagging a bunch of it. I like the muddy roots the most, though. They're my favorite. I'd like to save on resources. It's starting to not sound like a real word. There's a lot of words, chat, that when you use them too much, you start to ask yourself as you're seeing them, you're like, is that a real word? And you're like, num, num, num. Like in your brain, it doesn't feel real after a while. Hope that spider goes barbecue. Alright, put this away. Okay, get away! I don't actually like how the mobs, like zombies in particular, can like track you down so much further than like so many other mobs. I feel like that's such an odd thing. I get how it's like zombie horde kind of mindset and makes zombies, because zombies, let's be real, zombies are not very intimidating as mobs. So the fact that they're like the only mob that can track you down for like 1,000,000 blocks is actually kind of neat on one hand, if not also just really annoying. Oh my gosh! That did a lot of damage. Oh my gosh. Why did that do so much damage? It's a literal slime. Bad was disconcerted at how much damage the slime did. Oh, hello. One's too nice to kill. So chat, you want to hear a fun fact about creepers? Do you know that they blow up faster if they take fall damage? So if a creeper like jumps off a hill and lands next to you, they actually do more damage. A lot of people don't know that. Isn't that kind of wild? How does one acquire this knowledge? I watched a video describing how the creeper AI works. It's very fascinating, chat. Like, basically the way the creeper AI works is it has like an explosive calculation for, and once it hits a certain number, it goes boom, right? And so it basically spends its life searching out things to explode on. And when it finally finds one, it goes kaboom and blows that thing up. So it's fascinating from the perspective of if you understand how like the AI works, you can sort of better protect yourself. Well, I'll show you something interesting. If a creeper, if you place TNT or a block in between you and the creeper like that, the creeper does way less damage. But if the block, for example, is at height level, like say the creeper's right here and the block's there, the creeper will still basically kill you. Feet won't kill you. A height or whatever, it will. Kind of fascinating, isn't it? There we go. One more for the road. Finish me off. We're so close, chat. Wait for it. Wait for it. No! Frederick, my beloved. I'll miss him. Alright. Let's hit the road, chat. Think we're good. Whee! I wouldn't say the feet are more important to protect than the head. But, it's not really that they're more important. It's just the way the damage works. The feet take more damage. Alright, let's level off. Okay, we should be good to just kind of angle like that. Alright, we'll coast for a while. Are you gonna prestige heavy armor? I'm gonna try to. Oh, hold on, chat. Let's go, chat. Whee! Let's keep going. Where are we? You think we can just coast it there, chat? I think a little bit more to the left. Right about there. Should be good. No, little tiny bit more. There we go. I think we might be able to make it. If we lose all our lives, do we need to prestige again? Or do we go back to the last prestige level? No, you gotta start from scratch if you lose all your lives, chat. That's just the way it works. There's a panda down there, chat. Pandas! Let's watch Badboyhalo. Can we catch up to him? Oh, fudge. Oh my goodness. Alright, there we go. Whee! Go Bad, you're amazing. You're so fast. How to die 101? You might not be wrong. Angle up a little bit. Let's go up a little bit higher. Where are we? I think we're close. There we are. Alright. I feel pretty good about this. I think we can make it, chat. I think we can make it! Ah, we can make it! Ah! 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 Yeah, boy! Whee! We did it! We did it! Graceful landing on like a beautiful swan. It's beautiful screaming swan. I love this trick. It's so useful. Like if you're out of fireworks, you can still travel relatively quickly. Hi, Cuckoo Halo. How's your name bold? Your name looks like completely, excuse me, bold. Okay, chat. Imagine we did something like this. Okay. Bold. Like it looks really bold to me. Alright, let's see what we think of this, chat. Okay, thoughts? Ooh, I like that. That looks menacing. I feel like that's just the right of vibe for it. What do you think, chat? Now, let's imagine we also sprinkled in this. And maybe did something like something like that. What do you guys think? Some moss carpet here and there could work. I'm kind of vibing with that. I'm kind of feeling, I'm picking up what you're putting down. Okay. I'm so sad that this SMP started before the Pale Garden update. Nah, I kind of feel ya. I feel like it would have been cool to have some of those wood types. Oh yeah, chat, they fixed the weird thing that was happening where the building line tool would just randomly like stop working. They fixed it, so now it doesn't do that anymore, which is awesome. Because it was really annoying using it, and it would just randomly, like, just shut off for some reason. Oh. Hold on. Okay. Yeah, no, the devs are doing a great job. Oh, fudge. Boop to boop. Okay, what are our thoughts, chat, on that? That looks pretty cool. And now I think if we split the right thing, like along it, I think we can line up. I think we've got a good color. So I think we can kind of pause that there. Now I think we come in and I think we set up our pattern. So let's outline it with, I'm gonna use deep slate because I have a lot of it. And I don't want to mine it. So we'll use deep slate. So if we assume it's this, let's assume we go down. I think we go down to say here. And this is where we put the fountain. Right about here, chat. What do you think? Let's try and imagine what that would look like. Yeah, that would look good. Okay, fountain here. So let's go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay. 1, 2, 3. So I'll teach you the trick, chat. Ready? Here's the trick for making a perfect circle. Okay. Wait. I think it's a little bit too big. Take whatever your radius is, and you go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Basically, whatever your radius is, you do that for the initial side. So my radius from here out is like 9 blocks. So I want to do this side should be 9 blocks. Okay. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So just like that. Okay. Makes sense? Then you can just do that equally on each side. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So you go to like here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 2, 3, 4, 5. There we go. And 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Pilly! Pilly! Pilly 2. Pilly 2. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. There you go. Now, for the next little bit, we probably want to go in 2 and connect it like that. Go out 2, and then connect it like that. And then go out 2, and connect it like that. Now, if you do this, you can sometimes look at it and go, okay, it's probably a little bit too square. So when you get to that point, you basically just want to chop it in one. If it looks a little bit too square, just chop it in. Okay? Like so. So chop everything in one layer. So I'm going to chop the edges in one. Alright? I'm going to do the same thing. 1, 2. 1, 2. And we'll connect it like that. And that looks a little bit better. I like that. 1, 2. There are websites as well if you just want to cheat. 1, 2. Alright. That looks pretty good. What do you think, chat? That's a pretty good fountain. I was about to go practice PvP, but I saw you were here. Worry not, I shall make you company. Oh, well, I mean, I guess you don't want to... What the fudge? What the fudge? Who leaves like that? That's ridiculous. It's not my fault I'm blind. Hi. Crazy chat. We live in a society that discriminates against the blind. Okay. So now, chat, let's assume I bring this down. How wide is this path? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it's 5 blocks. So let's go 5 blocks out each side. Hold on. Pilly hates blind people confirmed? Pilly! 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 Ow! Pilly! What the muffin? I can't hear you if you're talking. Son of a gun! Sleep, Pilly! Sleep! sleep, Pilly.
Yes. Yes.
How are you doing, Pilly?
Good.
Excellent, excellent. I'm glad to hear that. Pilly,
Yeah.
we live in a society, Pilly.
Why?
It's not really a why question. We just do.
Well, I don't.
That's crazy. Pilly, how is your day going?
Very chill.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
What is this block?
Block?
Bad.
What?
There's a creeper.
Do you know, Pilly,
No.
that creepers
Mm-hmm.
is a fun fact for you? Did you know that creepers can blow up faster if they take fall damage?
Is that so?
It is so. Isn't that fascinating?
I had to log back on to make sure this was centered, just in case.
To make sure what?
This was centered.
Oh, it's centered, alright.
Yeah, no, I was just making sure.
2, 3, 4. Oh. 1. Wait a minute. What the muffin? 2, 3, 4, 5. 5.
Halo, I think I made up
Yes.
my mind.
You made up your mind in what way?
Yeah, no, I think I'm gonna ask Pangy out.
Go on.
Actually, I was lying, but
Oh. That's
I wanted
crazy.
to see your reaction.
Why do you not... What? A better question. Wait, so you're not even considering it?
No, I just wanted to mess with you.
That's ridiculous. I don't even care. Doesn't bother me at all one way or the other who you ask out.
No, I actually... wait.
Uh-huh.
I'm messaging someone right now. Hey,
That's crazy.
how crazy would it be if we went to the mall together? Clown? No. I mean, it would be funny, but as far as I'm aware, I don't even know if Clown is even attending the ball.
I see. You don't think Clown
What are
is
you
attending
doing
the
here?
ball?
Yeah, no. I don't know if he is. He may be. Maybe not.
There we go. That's a little bit better.
Either way.
I'm trying to make it a path. So I want it to curve.
But why don't you make the path ground level?
Ground level?
Yeah.
Oh no, this is ground level.
Huh?
The new ground level. Anyway, trust me. It's gonna look awesome. So the path is gonna connect here. So I'm doing a layout right now. But how are you doing, Pilly? So you were gonna do some PvP today.
Oh yeah. I put the goal that every day I must practice PvP a little bit.
Why?
Cause I'm gonna try hard it.
You're gonna try hard it?
Yep.
No, that's a
So,
good
at
goal.
the end of the year,
Probably.
yeah, at the end of the year, I'll my goal is to have decent skills in the UHC kit, decent skills with sword, and decent, not actually decent, godlike skills on the axe hit.
Nice. Good for you, Pilly. Everybody needs a
I'm
hobby.
going down the PvP route.
Oh, that's good. I do think that's good for your health. What do you think of my cathedral? The front. I'm gonna do this block
Is it finished?
everywhere.
Is it finished?
No, it's not finished. I'm currently constructing it. But I want this to be like the front. I'm doing like a, whatever you call it, around. Man, I wish it was easier. Oh, the symmetry wand. If
Back
only.
where I was from, there was a very pretty fountain.
Really?
Yeah, it had a statue in the middle.
Nice.
Of
I'm
a
gonna
handsome man.
build a statue here. Who was the handsome gentleman?
Oh, he's a businessman.
This man?
Kind of similar to Willy Wonka.
Willy Wonka. Wait a minute. What the muffin? Oh no, that's fair. Okay. 1, 2, 2, and then 1, 2.
Do you require assistance or help?
Not at
Okay.
the moment. 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4. There we go. Do you have any dirt on you?
Nope, but I can get you some.
Do you think Pangy would mind if I extended this area?
No, he won't. Where do you want me to take the dirt from?
No, okay, wait. Why did I ask you that? You're like the worst person to ask that. It's like asking the wolf if the rabbit would mind being food for dinner. Ow! Okay. No! No! Pilly!
What?
I didn't need to take dirt. No! Pilly!
No, I'm pretty sure I should keep going. This
Oh
thing.
my gosh. No. Just fill. Whatever. It doesn't matter. Just cap this off.
No,
then,
I think we should terraform this entire area.
No. This is fine. There we go. We'll figure this out. This is good. Oh, building 98. Let's go. Alright, no, I just need this area kind of filled in.
I see. So I should remove the layer over there and replace it over here.
If you
Yeah, no, I can do
want,
that.
just fill this area in right here. Yeah, this area. There we go.
I can do this.
Thank you. Yeah, chat. I lost a ton of levels yesterday. The snail took 4 levels, Pilly.
Ooh, that's not good.
It's not good. Have you gotten your snail yet? Oh, you're only like level...
Nope.
Oh, you're already level 43 again.
Oh, I did get that in like a day and I just stopped afterwards.
Oh.
Haven't grinded yet.
I feel like you should keep grinding.
What?
Here, 1 second. Boop, boop. Come on. Whee! Boing! Have you gotten an elytra yet?
No.
You gotta work on that. Elytra is really fun. You don't even need fireworks, and it just makes
That's
all
also
your...
how you die.
Nah, I haven't died via it yet. I guess we can leave this like this. It's probably fine. There you go. There we go. Oh, looks good. Okay, perfect. Now...
You have such an awful neighbor. Feel bad for you.
Really?
Yeah?
Why do you say that?
I don't know.
He does sleepwalk.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Ross was telling me how yesterday he was sleepwalking and he like ate this potato and it sounded like really loud.
I see.
Yeah, I was like, whoa, that sounds kind of wild, not gonna lie. But honestly, it makes sense when you think about pangolins, you know? They're very, very violent. A lot of people don't
Very
realize
bad
that.
first impression of a pangolin.
No, exactly. That's what I said. Okay, we go out. One.
Badboyhalo, I have a question for you.
I might have an answer. What's the question?
So, if you could be an animal, what animal will you be?
Oh, that's a good question. See, I think about it in a couple ways, right?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Rose! Thank you for the 4 months. Thank you for the 4 months, Rose. Hi. Woohoo! Basically, there are a couple potential questions to it, okay?
Okay.
There's a couple answers to that. Ready? It really depends on these things. One, okay. Would you want to be an animal? Oh, Ross is here. Hello. Would you want to pick like an animal that like makes logical human sense? Like, for example, do you really want to pick like an animal that has like a really short lifespan? Even if it would be cool. I feel like strategically that's probably not a good thing, right? So by necessity, you're going to avoid any animal that just has a short lifespan, even if it's cool. But like, you also don't want to pick an animal that just lives for a really long time. I feel like picking a really like powerful animal like a tiger would be kind of cool. But then again, that also, depending on where you're at, like I feel like you could very easily be hunted. If you pick a polar bear, you'd probably live a decently long life, but you'd also have to deal with the occasional potential of being hunted, and you'd have to really avoid human populations. Now, picking a sea creature could be cool. Like, you could pick like an orca, for example. And that would be like, that's probably one of the most OP sea creatures you could pick, is an orca. Because then you're like, you're just basically eating great white sharks all day. Which would be kind of cool. And they live a long time. And SeaWorld is really close to getting shut down at some point. So there's probably no risk of winding up in an animal attraction. But then you also wind up with, there are a lot of risks to that route too. So like, I guess my question is, do you want the really cool just for fun answer, or do you want the logical, well thought out answer?
That's for you to find, not for me to choose. I don't mind either way.
I feel like it would kind of suck / be scary living in the ocean. I feel like the ocean would be really scary because it's like super dark below you. So I feel like there's always the risk of like something bigger coming up beneath you and taking a bite out of you. So for those reasons, I think I'd avoid the ocean. So if now we're talking about sans ocean, honestly, I feel like being a polar bear would be pretty cool. But what if they still feel like really cold all the time? Like, I feel like that would suck. But being like basically like one of the most, being a bird would be cool, but I don't know how long birds live. I feel like your life could be pretty lame at some point. You'd want to be an apex predator bird. Like one that just does not get eaten by anything. So What would be the best bird? And it also depends on where you live, because you don't want to live somewhere. Now, parrots live for a really long time. Hey, that's a fun potential choice. If you're a parrot in captivity, you could say funny things all the time. Rah, rah, oh. Muffin, rah. Like, you could say, like, just silly stuff. Parrot would be kind of funny.
Yeah.
But also, you'd need to have, like, a good owner. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
So, I don't know.
'cause you'll be
There's
in a cage.
Yeah, there's a lot of... Also, yeah, that would kind of suck a lot, I think. Like, just spending all day in a cage would be so lame. Nah, you don't want to be... Actually, no, owls are pretty apex predator. But they have teeny tiny brains. Parrot with human intelligence would be kind of fun, not gonna lie. You just dominate. What about you, Pilly? What animal would you pick?
Probably... Probably a snow leopard.
A snow leopard?
Yes.
Interesting. I wouldn't have thought you would pick something from the cat family. That didn't cross my mind.
Oh my god, leave me alone. Not really.
Here, join the
You do
call.
so much damage.
I gotta go mining.
Okay. Yeah, I'll just... So what's your final decision? What's your final pick?
Final decision, honestly, maybe a hippo. I just feel like you would just dominate. Nothing eats a hippo. Hippos, like, just dominate wherever they are. Like, if you were to say you gotta, like, that would be my... I want to pick just the beefiest possible animal. And it would probably be hippo. Because you're basically a walking tank at that point. But
Okay.
for fun, I hadn't thought about this that much. Yeah, I don't know. I'll have to put more thought into this. You're really giving me a good riddle, Billy, too.
Good.
Tiger would be kind of cool. Because I feel like that's the apex predator in the cat family. That's why I have like a lion. You'd basically be unkillable at that point. Except by a disease or something. Which I think would be kind of cool. But also, if you're saying like, who could turn down the opportunity to fly? I wouldn't pick a vulture because what they eat would gross me out a lot. Yeah, no, being like just the biggest... Oh, you know what? I'd pick the bird that grabs goats and pulls them off the mountain.
Aww.
I picked that one. The giant eagle.
That is
Yeah.
crazy.
There's this giant eagle that literally, it grabs goats and it pulls them off the mountain. Yeah, like it literally will find goats hanging out on the side of the mountain and it just grabs them and pulls them off. It's awesome. Yeah.
I don't think that's awesome. Ross is here, by the way. Just spinning.
Oh, where?
At the castle.
Castle? Do you want to say hi to Ross?
Oh, I'm
And let's go over. We can say howdy. Howdy.
Yeah.
Whee! Ow! Alright, let's bounce our way to victory, chat.
Oh, where did you get this from?
Hello!
Clown.
Hello!
Of course you did, Billy. Of course you did. Bad,
How are
my
you?
Good friend.
Hi!
I am very joyous to see you on this fine
Oh,
day.
you are? Any particular
am.
reason?
Just because, you know, sometimes I'm walking around the castle and I'm like, wow, we really need some like white eyes, red cape and black cape dude to just show up and be evil and terrifying.
I feel you. That sounds about right.
Yeah, no, yeah.
How are you doing, though?
Oh, well, I had the lovely surprise of seeing Pilly on the bridge.
Nice.
Yes.
That sounds like fun.
Yeah, it made my
Billy
day
tried to kill me
so-
yesterday.
Pilly!
What?
Yep.
Wait,
Pilly, what
what?
do you have to say for yourself?
Violence inherent in the system.
What?
I did
Get
nothing
behind me,
either.
bad. Don't
I only
worry.
stole Pilly's beacon.
What?
Billy,
That-
for this,
I-
you shall die.
No, that did not happen at
I don't
all.
believe
That
you.
is lying.
Why should I trust you over bad?
That's a good question.
Okay, how many times have Bad lied to you?
Never.
I don't
Can
remember.
you swear on that?
Yeah, never. Not once comes to mind.
That is
Yeah,
crazy.
Get wrecked.
Yep.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
What?
Oh, Pilly's coming right for me.
Whoa, whoa,
Help!
Billy. Whoa, stay back. Stay back.
Stay back,
Dude,
Pilly.
that's crazy. What am I gonna do? I don't even have weapons. This is
That's
my
exactly-
strongest
Dude,
weapon.
You're not
Look at that.
prepared?
Oh,
No,
Pilly is armed to the
I
teeth.
don't
no.
fight.
No, it's okay. Eat food. Eat
Oh,
food,
thank
bad.
you.
I don't fight.
Nom, nom, nom.
Go on, hit me. See how much damage it does.
Literally nothing. I don't fight.
That's the dreaded clown pierce sword, Ross.
Interesting. Of course you have a clown pierce sword.
Yeah,
else?
Bad gave it to me yesterday.
Oh,
It's true. And right after giving the gift, Pilly tried to kill me.
That
what
is
the-
crazy.
Did you ask for it
Why
back,
would I even
Bad?
try
No.
and kill it?
That's a good question. Why would you try and kill me?
Yeah, why would you do that?
I've
It
done
makes no
nothing.
sense because it never happened.
No, it did happen. I can even lay out the exact story.
Okay,
Alright.
please lay out the story for me because
Okay.
I am very much intrigued.
I was chasing down the shrunken snails, trying to play hide and seek with them in Sausage's house. Okay.
What snails?
I was looking for the snails. I was trying to find
What
them. They were
snails? Do
The
surely
snails.
you remember which ones?
Crinkle and
Specifically.
Chip. And I was looking for them, and they were tiny, and I was trying to find them all. And then Pilly was like, hey, do you want to come see this cool room in my house? And I went there, and we looked around, and then Pilly was like, you owe me a wither. We got a beacon. And then I tried to take the beacon, and then Pilly tried to kill me.
This sounds exactly how I imagined it would happen.
So what
I
you're
was
saying is that you
traumatized.
stole from me and then I trying to run and chase you because you were stealing my beacon.
It was a
Is that what I hear?
misunderstanding. I thought it was a goodie bag, you know, like how you visit
In
like
my
a place.
house. The inside of my house.
Yeah, I thought it was like one of those things you take with you when you leave.
And then you started flying away and I was running and chasing behind you and that's what you think was so threatening to your life.
Well, I did end
Me
up dropping
asking
it
for
later.
the beacon back.
I dropped it. I didn't realize you just immediately started killing me.
Oh, Pad.
Mhm.
I'm sorry to hear that.
I did not. What? That's crazy. You
It's gonna be
started
okay.
flying
We'll sort
away.
this
How
out.
can I hit you? You're flying away.
That's true.
Did you
You
hit
shot a
bad?
bow at me too.
No.
Oh,
What?
Did you shoot arrows at bad?
I'm very delicate.
I don't even think I have
You did.
arrows.
You hit me with like 4 of them.
I'm literally broke. I am literally broke.
That's true.
Wait,
the
I don't
arrows
know.
broke my spirit.
You have a shield and you have armor.
Oh yeah.
And that's the
this is
armor I
some-
gave Pilly too.
Yes, and
Yeah.
you're trying to kill bad in return?
This is crazy.
If I wanted to kill you, I would have killed you.
That's crazy. So you were trying to kill me. Oh,
No. Because
I
if I
knew it.
actually wanted to, I would have succeeded.
Ow!
No, bad. Are you okay?
Why is there a wheat
my
farm down here?
I'll save you.
Oh, thank you.
Don't worry, I got you.
Someone's growing crops.
Oh, sorry, I did that badly. You go.
Ah!
Oh no, don't fall, don't die.
There we go.
Ow.
Okay.
Oh my god, you saved me. Thank you.
Oh, no problem.
You...
Yeah.
Whoa. What you
Oh,
got?
Billy's
lying.
menacing stare.
Whoa.
Oh, it hurts my soul.
Oh,
How
bad.
could you?
Oh no.
You
See,
are
being
such a-
violent even now.
I'm just standing.
I'm
You
so
you
fragile.
treat your friends strangely.
Yeah.
I'm just standing.
Poor bad.
I will. You know what? You can make it up to me if you give me. I don't know. Just let me think of something off the top of my head. Maybe a beacon or
Diamonds.
something.
Broke.
Oh, and diamonds. Yeah, both.
I am broke.
Oh, you don't
You're
have a
stealing
beacon?
from the broke.
There's a beacon right over
There's
there.
a beak. You say you're broke and you have a beacon? I have 38 cooked mutton to my name. What are you laughing, guys? Guys, stop it.
No, this is crying. I'm crying
Oh,
laughing.
oh God, no, bad.
Yeah,
it's
I
gonna
feel.
be
I feel
okay.
bad for you. That's awful.
Oh, thank you.
You know what, Badboyhalo? I don't want to go to the ball with you anymore.
Huh?
Oh, first you break my my legs, and now you break my heart. Oh.
Oh, bad, it's okay.
You can hold someone else's hand,
Oh,
but my hands will remain empty of Badboyhalo.
honestly, it might be better this way, bad. I think you can make better friends than Pilly number 2.
I was thinking
Surely.
about asking foolish anyway.
Just make sure to make friends that don't use you as a replacement.
What does that mean, Pilly?
Oh, Bad knows.
Oh, are you talking about Pangy? Hello?
Hello?
Are you talking about Pangy?
No, yeah, I heard. First time
what'd
you
you-
asked.
Wait, what'd you hear?
Hi.
Hi. What? Wait, what?
So you're gonna ask foolish?
Yeah.
No, we're not
I'm thinking
moving
about
on.
it.
What did you say? What are you talking about?
Yeah.
What were we talking about?
Friends that make replacements?
Yeah, no, that's what you said.
Oh yeah, no, like how apparently a bald man got replaced for Pangy. Kinda yikes.
Wait,
what I've heard.
What? A bald man got replaced?
Why are we talking about a bald man when we were talking
Oh,
about...
you didn't know? Pangy's
That's
going
true.
with sausage the brain,
I know, yeah. But that...
instead of going with
Oh wow.
Wait, why do you care? Why do you care? I thought you hate
it's a local
Pangy.
gossip.
So you're invested
Everyone's
in the
talking
local
about it.
gossip?
Bafoka.
Yeah.
It's gonna be
Go
heartbroken.
Foca. I know.
I heard on the street that sausage was, I guess, what was the word they used? Sausage was Fitz' side piece or something like that? I don't know.
Yeah. That's what I've heard too.
Is there a reason you keep bringing up this whole replacement thing? I feel like...
Oh yeah, Pangy loves replacements.
Huh?
Like,
For who?
I don't like the situation that we're talking about.
He loves
How he
replacements?
tried to use me as a replacement for the other Pilly. Are we forgetting about that?
That's
okay,
wild.
so that's 2 replacement things, but like
That's
what's
crazy.
that to do with? What do you mean replacement? Like you as far as we knew, you were Pilly, the Pilly we knew. So I feel like that's not a replacement. That's
Billy too.
Yeah.
That's interesting, because Bad and Foolish did understand. Also, Amy understood me
Oh.
perfectly, completely fine. From
Okay,
the
well-
first
Oh
time.
yeah, well isn't
Not all of
Amesy a
us-
different Amesy as well?
Oh, something like that.
Kinda,
I don't know.
in some
I think
regard.
Amesy's probably like my closest friend at the moment. You too.
Huh?
Sometimes. I'm still thinking, debating on it.
When did this happen? That's crazy.
Anyways. Moving on.
Anyway, I just have a beacon-shaped hole in my heart.
You can take my beacon if
I'll
you
get
want.
you a beacon.
No, I'm
right
good.
now.
Thank you, though. Oh,
I
Ross!
know who can give you a beacon.
Ross! Where's Ross going? So, do you come here often?
No, actually. I'm how long has it been? I've been here for a week.
Yeah, this is like the place people hang out, is near the sheep. For
I
some
see.
reason, despite the fact that they go ba ba ba.
Yeah, no, that's oh. This is,
Why do they die and then bounce in the air? That's awesome. Oh my gosh.
oh my god.
That's wild. Okay.
You're a monster.
I am?
And you're laughing about
That's
it?
the nicest thing anyone's ever said to me today. Thank you, Pilly, too.
You're welcome, I guess. So do you want to take my beacon?
Oh no, I'm good. Ross said that she was gonna go get me one, so. Yippee! But, I didn't need a
Surely
beacon
she'll
anyway.
get one like right now, right? Like she'll like kill the wither like
No,
right now.
surely not. I'm sure Ross probably has one somewhere.
You look so cute sitting there. Let me take a picture of you.
Thank you. The Realm today, new issue. Da-da-da. Oh no, Ross isn't going to get a wither outright. Ross! I think Ross might be crazy. We need to have a conversation with them. You don't have to get
I'll
the
be right
beacon
back.
now. Okay. That's Skyori!
You
Thank
can
you for the
go
23
my-
months! Oh,
And make
Thank
a group
you.
and I'll join.
okay. Where are you going?
I'll be right. I'm gonna
Okay.
get coffee. Do you want
Billy
coffee?
is short. Alright. Group! Why did I make the group? Well, all my friends have left chat. I don't know what to do now. Thank you, that's Skyori. Thank you for the 23 months! How are you doing? You having a good day? Ross! Don't get yourself killed! Ah! Thank you, that's Skyori. What should I do, chat? Whee! And backflip. Yippee! Oh my gosh! Boing. 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 Ross isn't going all the way to where the Wither skeleton farm is, are they? Oh, fudge! Oh, fudge! Okay. Okay, where were we? Ross! Okay. So let's see. Did we fill this in? I think we did. Not. What were we up to, chat? Bad, have you ever seen the Do a Barrel Roll mod? It overhauls the way Elytra Flight looks and allows you to do tricks in barrel rolls. That sounds flipping awesome. I saw this mod, chat, that apparently was overhauling like a ton of stuff and was making it like look just amazing. Okay, hold on. Was making it just look amazing with like what it was doing. Okay, should we extend the paths, chat? I think out here. Maybe have it go like this.
Quack.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I want to do like kind of a garden. Is the path to the cathedral uneven? To the circle? No, I'm just kind of setting something up. Don't worry. So I'm thinking something like this. Then I'm thinking we do the same like out here. But it's going to be a little tricky. Because I don't necessarily want to have it bump into Pangy's house. So what I'm thinking is we could have it go to like here. And then maybe go alongside Pangy's house. You know what I mean? Kind of something like that. What do you guys think? If we have it go alongside Pangy's house, honestly, we might have enough wiggle room. You could have it curve around his house. That's kind of what I was thinking. We could have it just go and then like curve. Maybe just have it go like this. Like all the way over. To like here. And then we just have it kind of go like this. And we could have it like go down. I think I'm gonna push it into the ground though, because I'm gonna bring the grass up. So I'm just doing that outline right now. Bad, how's your day / night going? Mine is going okay. My girlfriend broke up with me. I'm sorry to hear that. Or happy to hear that, depending on whether you like them or not. Sometimes a breakup is the best thing. Actually, wait, hold on. Let me backtrack. Every time a breakup is the best thing. Just food for thought. Depending on the circumstances. I'm sorry you're going through that, because that's not fun to go through that. But I will say this. It is better to break up than to wind up staying and spending a bunch of time with someone who maybe you weren't meant to be with. You feel me? Something to consider. I know maybe that's just kind of like putting a positive spin on it. But, you know, sometimes when you're in kind of that headspace, It's all you really can do. But I'm sorry to hear that. That's always a sad situation. Breakups are never a happy thing to go through. But, trust me, you're gonna get through it. I believe in you. And I think you'll come out better for it. I do think, chat, and maybe this is just my opinion, I think everybody should go through a breakup at least once. Because I feel like it's a growing opportunity for you. That helps you understand and build better relationships in the future. Hi, Billy. Welcome back.
Hi. It's
But
me.
I'm sorry to hear that, by the way. I hope you're doing okay.
I'm eating a pancake.
You're what?
Eating a pancake.
Oh, it's I thought you said I'm eating a panky.
Oh, no. Maybe if it was a barbecue pangolin meat,
I would eat a barbecue pangolin.
I'll also eat it.
Ross is going crazy. What do you think, Pilly? Should everybody go through a breakup at least once?
If you are interested in going into relationships, then yes.
Yeah.
If you're not really interested in romance, then no.
No, that's fair. That's a fair assessment.
But I think it's needed.
Yeah. It's a hard
It'll
thing
teach
for
you
people to go
things.
through.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Like, you learn almost more about yourself going through a situation like that. Hello, Ross.
Is Ross really getting you a beacon?
Oh, good morning.
Oh,
How are you?
hi.
Hi. I'm okay, thank you. How are you guys?
Doing okay.
Good. Talking about eating pangolin.
Yeah.
Oh. Interesting.
Apparently, Pilly is hungry.
That's not very nice. Eating pangolin. That's
That's a good point.
Yeah, we were talking because Bat said he would really like to eat a barbecue pangolin.
I
oh
would. It would taste delicious.
what?
Do you think
What?
so?
No, I'm sorry. I
Oh.
just disagree.
Are you vegetarian?
No,
Pescatarian?
no. I'm
Oh,
just
vegan?
Ross.
Oh. Ross.
Yeah. I'm sorry.
Huh.
Sorry to disappoint you, Bad.
No, it's okay. You couldn't disappoint me.
Oh, thanks. That's so nice of you.
No problem.
I'm scared of dying.
Nah, withers are easy, don't worry.
It's the blazes, bro. That
Yeah,
kill me.
right? So easy, right, Bad?
Oh,
Yeah, especially with a health 5 potion.
a what?
Yeah, no.
Health
Oh.
boost 5 potion. I'm
Bad
running
Boy
health potion,
Halo
keep using
here.
them up.
Wasted a health boost 5 potion on a wither.
I don't think it was
Oh.
a waste. I feel like you need to use
I
them
will
more
let you
often.
know that I've been told that the health boost 5 potions are no one else on the realm can really make one, so they're basically very valuable, and you use one just to fight a
Yeah.
wither.
Well, I made them all originally, so I guess it's okay.
Oh yeah, did you know that Badboyhalo is apparently
A master potion
level 100
maker.
martial arts and prestige to alchemy?
No.
Do you
Why-
know about this?
Why? Why? No, I didn't. Why? Why are you
Yeah,
telling
no.
me?
I just a fun fact. Because apparently Badboyhalo was the one who made those potions that he's so willing to waste.
Yep,
Oh, okay.
I made them all
This sounds
myself.
like friendship issues that maybe you guys should sort out. Like,
Oh,
I think
Pilly.
Pilly is a bit angry. Maybe I don't know.
Billy,
I'm
do
just...
you have issues?
I have many issues. Not with you, though.
I'm sorry to hear that. That's
Yeah, no.
unfortunate, having issues. Ross, don't die! You'd be down to 1.
It's okay. It will be worth it. Maybe.
Probably not, but...
As long as you get your wither, I'd be happy. Oh my god.
You know what, Ross? We need to have a conversation about setting goals.
Oh, okay.
Setting goals for yourself.
Oh. Like what? Like another castle?
Yeah! No,
Like-
that's a good goal.
Getting things for the kingdom? Getting things for you guys?
Maybe more about what would make Ross happy.
Oh, we've had that conversation before though.
So, what is it?
Thing. Oh.
Huh?
What makes you happy?
Just making sure that my friends are taken care of and happy.
Aw.
That
Would you
brings me a lot of
consider
joy.
Pilly too a friend?
No. Sorry, Pilly.
Oh.
That's okay. Not everyone's gonna like me. It's fine.
Oh, that
No,
is
that's fair. That's a fair assessment. I found so far a lot of people struggle to like you.
Yeah.
Except Pangy. Pangy seems to really like you.
I don't think so anymore. Pangy,
You don't think so?
Pangy's told me he's done with Pilly. Never again.
Really?
Oh my god,
Yeah.
that is the best news someone has told me this
However,
week.
whenever we're hanging with Pangy, I always have to relocate where he is because I always see a little cat staring at us.
Oh,
So I
interesting.
don't know if Pangy's the obsessed one in this situation.
Oh, interesting.
This is crazy
Do
because the only
tell.
time that I actually recall watching you guys was the time that you guys were building. And I was passing through.
Is this true, Ross?
I mean, I can recall at least 3 times.
3 whole
my God.
times? Holy fudge.
Yeah.
Are you sure I
you
was
the
just not
obsessed
minding
one?
my business nearby my
No.
house?
No, you like to as well, like, you really like to fish outside Pangy's house as well. I've noticed that.
Oh my god. Yeah, you mean to fish along the river shore? To move chunks along the river? Up
Okay,
and
well,
down?
Okay.
You're
maybe.
literally the same as Pangy. This is crazy.
You were wanting respect, right? You wanted me to agree with you when you said Pangy with a stalker. I'm just saying, like, I feel like it's a
Yeah,
sort of
I am
neutral-
minding my own business, and now you're saying that I'm stalking him?
Pangy was
Like,
saying
I
he was
can't.
minding his own business.
So, is this like the thing that we're gonna go to now? Like, am I not gonna be able to live a normal life doing normal things without being associated with my creepy stalker?
I mean,
Like,
I'm
I
not the one
can't
who's
use the
talking
river
about-
anymore. Like, why?
Whoa,
In
whoa.
this situation, why should we protect the men like Pangy? Like, this is crazy.
What do you
Like,
mean?
you're protecting him in this situation? I was
Because
just
he's my
fishing.
friend.
I was just fishing.
Okay, no, that's okay. But like a lot of the time, okay, maybe I'm reading into it. Just because I feel like people always love to like look and listen to to my conversations
I'm
or
just-
when I'm
yeah,
having
no,
convos with
I-
others. So
I've
you see how
listened.
I'd interpret that.
I mean, okay, well, that's fair, but just because you're used to stalk people or like spy on them does not mean it's okay.
Me?
And just because I am like looking at you guys at a distance or passing through, like
Uh-huh.
that is not stalking.
How is it different between what Pangy was doing then? Like, if you can
Pangy
genuinely lay
was
it out for me, like,
following me.
okay. And
Pangy was following me
Was he
in
speaking
this
to you?
inside my house
Okay.
for a while.
Okay.
Pangy's always hiding behind things and crouching to not be seen. That's the difference.
Okay.
I'm not crouching. I'm not hiding because I am not creepily stalking someone. I'm just passing through a place or doing my business. I am allowed to look around from time to time. And that's
Of
normal.
course, but like, okay, I understand. There's a big difference there. But what if, would you say if I look over and I suddenly just see you staring, that is kind of concerning in a similar way to how you found Frankie looking at you? You know what I'm saying?
Am I a threat to you? For you to be scared of me?
I don't
Just
really
staring?
care, but as I say, I just want my friends to be okay. And Panky says he's moving on, you know, and he's moved on and he doesn't care anymore. So like, I just feel
Cassie.
yeah.
Cassie Doe.
Well, I mean, that's your opinion, and to be honest, I don't really care what you think. I believe Panky, and if he isn't over it, that's also okay, because grief isn't linear, and I don't feel like that's completely his fault. Even the way he's reacted, yeah, maybe that's not okay, and maybe he could do better, but I feel like since I accused him of stalking, do you think he's stalked since? As far as I know, I don't think he has.
Well, maybe because I did tell him that if he continued stalking me, someone was gonna get rid of him. Which
I
made
don't
him
think he-
stop stalking me, by the way.
Okay. Ow.
Like, I
Well,
had to get an actual threat from someone that will, like, kill him if he continued. So, that's why he stopped, by the way. For your information.
Okay. Well, I don't really care that much. I just want Pangy to. I want Pangy to have someone defend him. I feel like there's a lot of Pilly defenders that agree with you, and I just feel like everyone needs someone who
So
understands.
if you go over to a criminal and it's like, damn, guys, no one's really defending the criminal. I'm gonna take the criminal's side because no one is on his side.
That's a good idea.
See, that's your friend, that Pilly siding with.
No, that just
They're
wants to
friends?
stir the pot.
That's
I
crazy.
mean.
It's okay.
I just think that would be an interesting. Like,
No, I get it. You feel
Oh,
bad
you get
for the
it?
guy.
No, I don't feel bad for him.
Isn't
feel
that
like-
what you just said? That no one was taking his side and that's why you were there for him? Because you felt that,
No,
that's
no,
what
that's
it
not the
means, feeling
reason.
bad.
No,
For-
because he's my friend.
And you feel bad for him.
Not exactly those words. You know, I empathize with the situation.
Okay.
You know?
Mm-hmm. Badboyhalo, you're so quiet. What do you think of this whole situation?
I can see both sides of it. I think, Ross, you're on point. Pengy does need a
you.
friend to side with him.
Thank you.
Also, it is kind of interesting to side with somebody who was stalking someone up to a point. But also, it's kind of understandable in some way. Also, it is a question of, you know, if we judged Pengy's creepy behavior, can we then turn around and say that Pilly's being a little goofy? Or does
Yeah.
Pilly get a little bit of leeway because we gave Pengy a little? That's a good question.
I think that's fair. I mean, it's very different stalking, in quotations.
Yeah.
So I think I was throwing that out there because if Pilly thinks what Pangy was doing was so bad, like I think just reflecting on his own actions as well is just important because it can be interpreted either way, you know. What's up, Pilly?
Nothing. There's a fly around.
A fly.
Mhm.
What? Oh, okay.
There's a little mosquito around, just sliding on my neck.
Interesting.
Fascinating. You gotta watch out for those mosquitoes.
Say the same thing.
Okay, I almost have enough skulls. Oh no! Oh my god.
Oh, careful.
This might be the death of me bad.
No, don't die.
Just tell my family that I love them.
Okay.
And that yeah. Give all my possessions to AMZ TV. That would make me
Okay.
happy.
PG, I gotta keep it PG.
Why? Why don't you want to be PG? Hey.
Retreat!
What's going on?
Mosquitoes are stronger than I am.
Oh.
For
Well, I mean,
now.
you are just a little cat.
For
It's
now.
true.
Just a
Some
little,
would say a snow
little cat,
leopard.
Billy. A little cat. Just a little itty bitty one.
Yeah, that's me.
So itty bitty.
Just a little guy. There's nothing wrong. Peaceful, you may say.
Peaceful?
Yeah. Peaceful.
Yeah. You didn't know that?
No violence.
It's just, it's just interesting.
Yeah, no violence.
No violence. Wow. Billy, what if you were put in red team? Would you do violence then? If you had
No,
to
that's
survive
crazy.
to kill
No,
people?
that's crazy.
That's
crazy.
crazy. Do you think people who do that are stupid? Like, to have to kill to like keep people alive? Do you think that's bad?
I mean, I do respect if they have to do it out of necessity. I don't really need to do that, so.
But if
For me, it would be crazy.
would you do it? Would you try and kill people? Like if you're in red?
I mean, kill people. Okay, what scenario? What benefits me if I kill people?
I mean, you stop your whole red faction from dying
And
yourself.
I mean, yeah, I guess, in a way.
Okay, interesting.
I would do it, but I'm not in a position to do it, so I wouldn't.
Well, yeah, everything can always change, right, Dad?
No, that's
No.
true. At any moment.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, really depends if I like the people. If I don't, then that's not my problem.
But you lose a life as well, like, is that not?
Oh, silly, I can't die.
What? What do you
Yeah.
mean?
What else is there to explain?
Well, I mean, the first Pilly died, no?
Oh yeah, but that's probably because they were weak.
Oh. But you're not weak?
No.
What is the difference then between you and the first Pilly? I'm confused.
A lot?
Okay.
Hello?
I mean, like,
That's exactly what I've been trying to say.
I don't understand though. How would the first Pilly who is really strong die, and you who isn't as strong as the first Pilly
That is
not die? I don't
actually
get
a
it.
great question. I
Yeah.
think the first Billy probably needed to get strong to prove or be strong because they were not naturally strong. On the other hand, I am naturally strong. I don't need that power.
How do you know that you're naturally strong? Like.
I mean, you know yourself, right?
I don't know. Like, I feel like you could be completely overconfident and think you could kill. You know what? You could make a trap, Pilly, and try and get someone stuck in it, and they just use a slow falling potion. You know, you could think that you could kill someone, and it could backfire. So how do you know that you can truly believe in yourself that you can be strong?
How old are you?
Huh?
How old are you?
I'm 22.
That's the difference between you and me. You have lived probably not even a fraction, like not even like a percentage.
Okay. Well, okay. I do feel like you're assuming because like you don't know my life or what I've experienced.
Sure.
But sure, no, sure. If that's what you think.
It's okay.
What do you think about this, Bad?
Oh, there is definitely a lot to think about this.
Yes. Do you think Pilly's strong? Pilly too?
Oh, wow. I mean, I just heard some talk about mosquitoes being really strong, so I don't know. That's a good question.
You don't really want to start that bad.
Well, I was just making observations.
What mosquitoes were these? I'm confused.
Yeah, this is... I don't know if I've ever met a strong mosquito.
Interesting.
You don't want to start this bad.
What? I've done nothing. But yeah, I'm sure Pilly is very strong. Pilly too.
Okay. You're sure? You
Oh my gosh. A bird.
Ooh.
It's a seagull.
Okay.
Neat.
Okay. Well.
Yeah. Pilly's very strong of heart. And
But not
minds.
Oh, okay, yeah, okay, no, that makes sense now. Okay, I understand what you're saying, Bad. Perfect. Okay. That makes sense.
What? I just said you're strong. I said I thought you were strong.
Yeah, no, he said exactly that, Pilly. Don't worry, I completely understand what he meant.
You definitely don't give off.
You are
wet cat
so
energy.
lucky that I'm on peaceful grind right now.
I see. Why?
You're
Why are
so
you on peaceful
lucky.
grind?
Because I feel like I have no right to take others' lives or cut them short from what they should live, like their actual life expectancy.
You are a very
selfish act to do.
Very different Pilly than I mean, I know you've said, but I'm just enforcing to myself, you know?
Really?
Yeah, no, the other Pilly was just angry and went pew pew pew, killed people.
Yeah,
So,
that's bad. Really bad.
Yeah, no. I honestly kind of wish
Pilly
we had
too
you
is a
from
hippie.
the start.
Oh, the peaceful Billy. Yeah.
Yeah, no, you're kind of like way better than the other one, but still like
Oh,
not,
thank you.
not like.
You know what?
Uh-huh.
I think Pilly 2 definitely is very, very, very,
Mm-hmm.
very strong and would not get stuck in a wet paper bag.
Excuse me.
Pilly 2 gives off strong energy.
Thank you, I guess.
Yeah.
Strong to
problem.
like, push like a minecart,
Yeah.
you know?
Oh yeah, like very, very like strong wet cat energy, strong energy.
Mm-hmm. No, I agree.
Very strong, Pilly.
Very strong. Thank you.
Very strong. Yep.
I hope foliage protects you.
Whoa!
Honestly,
Oh.
I do too. I feel like it'd be
Whoa.
more fun that way.
Oh my god, who said that? That's crazy.
I hope he says, "What? Are you kidding?" I'm like, "Yeah." And then I need to think of like a good excuse. I'll probably say something like, "Keep your friends close and your enemies closer." And I'm like, "Who are you gonna go with?" And then he'll be like, "I was planning on going with myself." I'm like, "That
I
sounds
actually,
lonely.
I
Go
don't
with
know
me
who I'm gonna
instead."
go with, honestly.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
Sorry, carry on. No, it's okay.
no,
Please
no.
carry on. No, it's okay. No, please.
I'm pretty sure Amesy's going with you, right?
Why are you asking?
Well, it was on my list of people I could have asked.
You were gonna ask Amesy?
Yeah. And Amesy's one of my few friends here.
Interesting.
It's kind of neat.
Then I was gonna go with Bad, but I kind of don't want to anymore.
What? Why? Bad's the perfect
Just-
person to go with.
No, I think I can do better.
No.
No, yeah. After today, I can do better.
That's crazy.
I know.
That's what a crazy statement.
Oh. And then I'm running out of people to ask.
Yeah.
Oh,
I mean, you'd have
mean-
an option if like you maybe like tried to befriend
Who?
Peggy at the start.
oh no, no.
But no, of course, because that's like
I'd
so
rather-
out of the
yeah.
question. Yeah, no,
I rather die.
no, I just meant like in the beginning, like you. Could
Yeah, no,
have,
I'd still
like-
rather die. I'm kind of glad I.
Damn. Well, maybe
Dodged
you
that
know
bullet.
that second option's always open. You know.
To die?
That's crazy.
Are you telling me to die?
What? No.
Huh. For a moment, I thought you were asking me to kill myself or something.
Oh no, I wasn't asking. Don't worry.
Oh, you were not asking, you were demanding? Is that the thing?
But do you think I demanded? I don't think I demanded.
I feel like you sent a very strong suggestion.
Yeah, see? And you know what? Friends always give other friends ideas, right?
Mm-hmm. So
Fair
you're saying that
argument.
we're friends because from what I recall
no,
you.
No, I didn't.
Oh.
I didn't give you a suggestion. I told you.
So
a
you
suggestion.
demanded.
Oh,
Yeah.
snap.
I
Okay.
don't know.
That's crazy.
Has anyone told you that there's so much violence on your inside?
Huh?
Ross enters violent arc.
I don't think
Yeah.
I'm violent.
Yeah, you are. Maybe not with action. Well, I did saw you kill someone the other day. Can I know your kill count in the past,
No,
like,
actually,
weeks?
I have no idea.
How many people have you killed in the past few months? Maybe?
I don't know.
Maybe you should
You know,
look into
Bad?
that.
At least 7.
Ooh. And you know, you don't need to be physically violent to be violent. You can be violent with your words, with your thoughts, with the ways that you act and think of others.
Interesting.
Food for thought.
You did kill
Wow.
Bad Lino twice.
Yeah, but that was for good reason. And
Yeah.
he was really mean. And I feel like
No,
no
that's
one takes
fair.
me seriously sometimes. I've got to
No,
stand
that's
up for
fair.
myself. Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what? Pangy was there to support that as well.
Yeah.
You know, good friend. Good friend of mine.
Good friends encourage their other friends to kill people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah. What do you think, Pilly 2? Are you a
Well,
fan of violence?
Of what?
Violence?
Not anymore.
Not anymore. Oh yeah, you're in your hippie era.
Yeah. For the best.
Pilly 1 was not a hippie.
It's kind of like, you know, when there's something that you don't do because you know that if you do, you'll get addicted to it. So you
Oh,
kind of like stop doing it to
nice.
stop getting addicted to it.
No, I understand.
Like building castles. Oh my god, I get you.
Well, yeah, I mean, I guess for you it is building castle.
Interesting. Interesting. Isn't it crazy that you don't know the old Amesy?
Huh?
Yeah.
Old Amesy.
the
Oh
old
yeah,
Amesy.
Amesy told me about it.
Yeah.
They died and were put together again. I wonder like how they died. They didn't tell me that.
Oh. Well,
Maybe they want to keep it a secret.
yeah, no. Yeah. Yeah.
I'm gonna need more mud.
Yeah, no, I need to do more things with Amesy. I feel like I kind of owe them for helping me.
Helping you with what?
I'm just getting settled down here, showing me around, explaining me things about the people here, helping me with things. I think they have supplied me with stuff.
Cool. Yeah, no, Amesy's really nice like that. They supply a lot of people with stuff. I think it's just like they're just really nice.
Yeah, I think Amesy gave me my armor trims.
Yeah, no, I think Amesy gave me some of mine as well.
Nice.
Yeah.
Glad to see that someone's kind in here.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, and fishing. Amesy gave me my first fishing rod.
Cool.
That's why I started fishing, because we started fishing together.
I see.
I never knew fishing would be so fun.
Did Amesy help you get that beacon as well?
No.
Oh really?
No, that
Who-
was
who
all me.
That?
Yeah, that was all me.
Oh,
Nah, I don't believe that. I feel
interesting.
like you must have had some help.
No, that was all me.
That's crazy. Crazy, crazy.
Well, I'm gonna kill 2 withers right now, guys. Are you ready?
You've got
Yeah.
this.
You got this, man.
How do you kill a wither?
very carefully.
Yeah.
You want to avoid
Just
dying.
don't. Yeah. Just shoot and then hit.
Shoot,
You
then
know-
hit.
Yeah, you'll shoot first and then you'll know when it's punching time.
Can I just like hide and shoot it with a little gap?
Theoretically, yeah.
No. I mean, there's a phase where you need to hit it, so.
What do you mean?
Do you have obsidian? You can theoretically box it in.
I do.
Okay. Build a giant cage around it.
Does it have to be
Think that-
giant, or can it just be like?
You don't want it too small. It'll break the top and escape.
Even though it's obsidian?
Yeah.
Huh? Oh
Yeah.
my god. Okay, well, it was nice knowing you guys.
No, you got it.
I don't know if I do.
You can do it.
Thank you. I appreciate you, Bad. Thank you. At least you believe in me. That's really kind of you.
No problem.
I also believe in you.
You do?
Yes,
Now
I do.
you're stuck
Why
if
wouldn't
you
I?
die.
I don't know. You kind of just give hater vibes a little bit.
Huh? For being honest?
Yeah,
Sorry, I'm just being
sometimes-
transparent.
Sometimes it's better to be nice than honest.
So you're rather me lying than being honest to you?
No. You can like half lie.
Okay. I'll try.
Is crying obsidian kind of the same as obsidian? Like, would
Yep.
it be?
It is exactly the same.
Thank
But-
you.
Different.
Yeah, so I won't die, right? With
Probably.
Oh, okay. I mean, if you say so.
It should work.
Okay.
Yeah.
Has anyone ever given you a beacon before, Bad?
Oh, apparently withers can break obsidian and vanilla. Didn't know
Are
that.
you for real?
Yeah, you may just have to... You want to get a bow? Do you have a bow? Because you're going to want to shoot it a lot.
I have a bad one.
Okay, it doesn't really matter. You should be pretty strong against it. Shoot it till it's half health and then just finish it off.
Okay, thank you guys. I really appreciate this.
You've got this.
Thank you. If it does explode everything, it's under my mage tower.
Oh, you're going to fight it underneath your mage tower?
Yeah.
Ooh, I kind of want to see this.
No, I'm good. I'd rather die in sadness, all alone.
Oh. Okay.
But
Well,
thank
you got this.
Thank you.
Fancy. You know what? I'm not really liking this. I feel like I'm gonna change it.
Do you think 4x4 is big enough?
Yeah. I think 4x4 is big enough.
Thank you.
Not here. One, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 15,
6, 3,
20,
5,
21, 22.
1, 20, 19, 14.
We'll do it right here. 4, 24, 24. So I'll do 23. Wait. 6, 7, 8, 9, 11, 12, 13. fudge.
No, Ainsley. I'm gonna go say hi to Ainsley.
You think you're gonna be able to kill it, Ross?
Surely. Surely.
Okay. Let me know if you want help.
Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Oh my god, I'm out of obsidian. This is an awful day. Right.
Oh.
I will find more.
Howie.
Yes. I like that. Okay. Can anyone sleep? Any layers?
I'll lay just for you, Bad.
Yippee! Thank you.
Hello, hello.
Hello.
I can only be here for a tiny bit. But, hi, can I have the silk touch pick?
Yes, you
Thank
may.
you. Thank you. I'll return it. I'll return it.
Oh, sorry.
That's alright. What have you guys been up to?
11. Just chatting. I think,
Billy, your mic
Billy
is cutting
is
out, and all I can hear is
embracing-
like bad, and it's like, but you're like, all I can hear is the bar, and you just keep cutting out.
There's a scary zombie.
Billy
Oh,
was
wait.
just telling us how tough
Yeah.
he is.
Oh, no way.
Yeah.
I was
true?
screaming because the zombie was approaching your location, but okay, bad boy.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, there's a warning sign.
Yeah.
Oh, I see, I see.
A warning
What are you guys
screen.
up to? You guys working? You working hard?
I'm gonna
Yep.
kill a wither for Bad.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
How come?
because he really wanted one, and Pilly didn't have a spare one, so I was like, no, it's okay. I'll go kill some
Oh,
withers, and
witherheads.
I'll go and
No, like the
like the
nether
actual
star.
beacon, like
Yeah, like the beacon.
Oh, you want it? Why do you want a beacon?
he just, I don't know, he just did. He wants to feel rich, I'm guessing, right? Right,
Yeah.
Bad?
This true, bad?
No, I want to feel rich. Pilly got mad yesterday when I tried to steal his
Yes,
beacon
because
and
he
was
tried
like,
to
"Oh,
steal
go
mine."
steal it. And I did nothing. I didn't do anything wrong.
Yeah, Bad's just living, you know?
Mhm.
Living
Wait,
life.
stealing's good now?
Oh,
Guys, I need to catch up on the agenda. I'm not too. We're all over the place, I feel.
do you have any
That's
crying
crazy.
obsidian?
Me? I do. You can go grab it from my chest. Actually, I think I have some
you.
down here. Let me have a little look.
I'd really appreciate it. I just am trying to make a box so I don't die.
In what? Fighting the wither?
Yeah, under
need
my
help?
mage tower.
Yo, no. Don't do it. No.
Why?
Don't. Like how far? Wait, how far are you
Oh,
going
it's
down?
okay. Like, it's like one block below the floor.
Whoa,
But it's okay.
oh,
Whoa! This is
Ross.
got. I've double layered it though
It's a
with
terrible
obsidian.
idea.
Ross. Do the strat of going down
idea.
really far, then doing really long cobblestone layers,
go-
and if
go to
there's
the
two
middle
people,
of
one of them
nowhere.
will get aggroed. So one of them focuses on someone, and then the other person just shoots. That's what me and Foolish did. That's what we got all of ours, and it works like a tree. I can
It's a
do it
good
with you.
strat.
Oh no, but no, I don't want to put you at risk. You deserve to
You've got-
sit.
You've got an
and-
extra life. I don't mind. I don't mind. It can like I've got one more life than you. I can let it get aggroed on me if you just keep hitting.
Wait, but does it break through obsidian then?
Have you done it before?
No.
I
think
don't.
it
I could
does.
not. I'm not too sure.
I didn't think it did, but it did yesterday, so there may be an update to it. But that also might just be like when it first spawns, and it doesn't do it like later.
Yeah.
So I'm not 100% sure. So food for thought.
Oh, this is unfortunate.
When we were looking at like what the best rule of thumb for it was, we found out the best thing is to go really far underground so it's in a contained space, and then just make a bunch of corridors so you can bow spam it during the first stage, and then crit it out for the last stage.
Wait, so you have to crit it out?
Well,
Yeah.
because of our weapons on the server, we can crit it out pretty easy. But obviously you can't bow it after the first stage. You have to crit it out at the end.
Why?
Because you can't bow it. So basically what happens is after the first stage, it loses its like protection thing.
Okay.
And then you have to crit it out because you're not like it's immune to bowing, basically.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like how the Ender Dragon, like the first half where there's no point bowing it until you get the crystals, because it'll just heal. It's similar to that in a way. There's no point bowing it at the end because the weather just doesn't take damage; it just reflects it.
Wait.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Wait. I just remembered there's the. I don't know if it'd ruin it, but Pangy has that like giant crying obsidian room, right, in his basement.
Wait,
But I wouldn't want to break any of that. But
yeah, I was gonna
mean-
say I would very much recommend doing it far away from spawn.
Okay.
Just find like a field. If you head
Wait,
north,
Bad, why don't you?
we
Why
used
don't
a
you?
field there.
God, why don't you do it?
Yeah, I'm down to help.
No. It has to be a gift.
Oh,
A gift can be helped with another person, no?
Mm,
It's just from personal experience, it was easier when it was two people because it was aggroed. Because it's just easier if it's like trying to attack one person because that person keeps running down a really long corridor, and the other person then can keep bowing it and then just start critting it and then it doesn't even look at them, and it's so easy. Yeah, that makes sense. Sorry, I've joined to steal a pickaxe and then give random whimsy of wither knowledge that
no,
I have.
it's valued. It's valued.
Thanks, I appreciate it. Oh my. Oh, so what are you guys working on?
At the moment, fudge. This is gonna be too close. Dang it. I'm trying to build a giant circle.
Why? Just for fun? A hobby?
Yeah, for like a pattern. But I think
I
I made
see.
it too big.
Oh.
Too big. I think I
big.
gotta shrink it by 2. Fudge.
Hilly, what are you up to?
Honestly, just hanging around.
Yeah?
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
I'm just existing. Just being silly.
Dude, and you're filling that quota so well.
Thank you so much, AMC
Yeah.
TV.
Thanks, Pillager TM.
You guys have become great friends since Pilly died. That's crazy.
No, me and Pillager we just get like we have a wavelength, you know.
Yeah, you know, I mean, I guess
It
you
seems
died
like
and
it.
that got put into pieces, and then I was kidnapped here, so it's kind of like when the two new kids at school just kind of bond together. But
Wait, no, we're not the two new kids at school. That's
Oh,
gonna be
we're
the idea of
not?
us like sitting at like in like the bathroom at lunchtime and we're like, hey, what's your name? Like, that's not what this is.
Oh no.
No, man. I mean, if that's what you think it is, that's great. But like,
No, it's okay.
Well, okay, new
up?
idea.
okay, new idea. Okay, yeah.
The one new kid at school that is getting bullied by everyone, and then the other kid who feels bad and adopts them into the group.
That's pretty accurate, I think.
But who's who?
Once again, I don't think.
You know, yeah, I am the new kid at the new school.
You weren't
And you
lying
think-
when you said that you're being silly. What, am I the guy that's adopting you into the group?
Yeah.
Okay, and what group am I adopting you into?
Theater kids.
Okay, I was about to say a really bad word and then I remembered, but I didn't. Screw you. Okay. Oh my, oh my.
It's crazy.
Oh my gosh, it's too late for this. It's too late to be called a theater kid.
Am I
You know
wrong?
what, Amesy?
Yeah,
I
man.
don't think
Yeah, what's
you're a
up?
theater kid.
Oh, dang.
What?
Why would
What's
you say-
wrong
what-
with being a theater kid?
I just.
There's nothing wrong. I think I fit into
Yeah.
other. Well, I mean,
You're the
what other-
cool kid. You're the cool kid, Amesy.
you think I'm the cool kid?
Yeah, you got that cool kid energy.
Oh, well, thank you.
Of course.
I'll keep that close to my heart.
That's a nice way of saying that theater kids aren't cool.
Whoa. Crazy little devil's advocate over here.
No, I just
I
mean what I
mean-
thought was being said there.
I thought
Everybody
theater
seemed to
kids were
object to it.
cool.
Theater kids are cool. People
Yeah,
just
that's
don't
what
find
I
them
was
cool.
thinking. I just thought it was kind of
People just hate
interesting.
people that have hobbies. It's okay.
That's pretty much it. Yeah.
A lot of truth to that.
Yeah. Okay, wait, Ross. I'm gonna come give you back your pickaxe.
Yay!
Hold on. Come to my old house if you can.
An Amesy TV visit, and at this point in the day, this is such a good day.
You act
know,
like
this is honestly peak of my day. Peak of my day.
You're a loser.
Oh, I'm on the way. Don't worry.
You guys excited for the next few days?
What's happening in the next few days?
Grinding. The ball, grinding.
Oh yeah, we were talking about the ball earlier.
Well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Billy was thinking about asking you, I think.
No,
Asking who?
it was on my
You,
list
Amesy.
until I found out that it was not an option.
Not an
Yeah.
I'm
option.
sorry. I'm
Yeah,
kind of
no.
I'm spoken for. I'm sorry.
Crossed
Oh.
off the list.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
No, yeah,
maybe.
no.
Hashtag sorry, not sorry.
Oh no, yeah, Ross has been jealous for you this entire
Huh?
time.
Oh, I'm sorry that I wasn't
Okay.
here to
This is
see
really,
that.
really
Okay,
funny.
okay, that's
What did you
that's
ask instead,
copium.
Billy? Who did you
That's-
ask instead?
Oh, I can't say. It'll be a surprise.
Ooh.
well,
I love
bad-
And I'm pretty
surprises.
sure everyone will
exciting.
be... I don't know what everyone's reactions will be, honestly. I'm quite scared.
Wow. Wait, what do you mean? Like, wait, so, well, Billy was gonna go with bad. That was the.
Oh, yeah, not anymore.
Yeah, they fell out.
Oh,
In this cool.
dude.
Yeah.
You're gonna have to
That's
tell me all
crazy.
about it. That's crazy.
Oh, I will. I'll tell you everything,
Yeah.
AMZ TV.
Billy
We can do
tried
it
to
over.
kill me.
Oh, yes. And I protected Bad because
It's true.
Bad's just breathing. Just being a little
doing
guy.
nothing.
Yeah,
Just
he was
hanging out.
definitely not saying mean things to me or anything.
Propaganda.
What, dude? You put wither heads in front of my house, you freak! What's wrong with you?
I'm just showing you all of the witherheads. I don't think Pilly has this many witherheads. Do you?
No, I actually have more.
Oh, yeah, no, tell me, how many do you have, Pilly? Go on.
How many wants it, like... 15?
Oh, no. Huh? What?
I didn't even know.
50?
Ross, where did you get like 70 witherheads from? I don't understand. What am I looking at right now? How did you get this many?
I just got them just now. I grinded so much so that Bad could have a really cool beacon. You know, I was gonna make a second one just for you.
Whoa, me?
Yeah, that's why I wanted to fight.
What do I
Yes.
owe? What do I owe the pleasure of this?
Oh,
This is
just because you're my
wonderful.
friend and I want to show
Oh.
you how good of a friend
Sure.
you are. You know,
Mhm.
because like
Well, that's lovely.
I'd rather you have a beacon before I have one because you know you'll get more use out of it.
I'm sorry to break the news to you, but I'm pretty sure Amesy already has a beacon.
What?
I do. Well, yeah, I do. I can't ever have too many.
Oh, I'll get you 3. Don't worry.
Oh.
Oh, you mean that?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll hold you to that. All right, I'm gonna disappear now, guys. I'll see you guys
Okay.
later. Have fun. Please don't
Bye.
die, Ross. And the rest of you, but specifically you. Please don't die in this wither fight.
I will try.
I swear, if I get a message from you in like an hour going, so I died again off stream, I'm going to actually lose my brain. I swear. Okay, bye everyone. Have a lovely day. Bye. Good luck. I'm AFKing. Bye.
Wow, that was a really pleasant call. Did you enjoy that, Pilly?
Yeah,
I'm
I
bad.
did.
Yeah.
It's always good to talk to Amesy.
Yeah, no, it is.
BRB now. 4, 5. Yippee! Oh, that was fun. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. 1, 2. Boop, boop. There we go. Look at that! It's a circle. I did it.
I'm so proud of you, Bad. You cooked.
Thank you. I feel very accomplished now.
Yeah, you're so locked in.
Are you gonna ask Clown to the ball, Billy too? Billy
No
too?
response. Interesting.
The silence is deafening.
That is a little bit.
Sorry, Amesy was whispering things at me. I was replying to them.
Oh, okay.
Interesting.
Are
What's
you
up?
gonna ask Clown to the ball?
Oh, no.
I think he has no,
No.
one to go with.
No. I'm not gonna ask him out. Don't worry.
Oh. Well, no, I didn't say ask him out. I said to the ball.
Yeah, I'm not gonna ask him out to the ball. That's crazy.
Oh.
I've never spoken to the guy. Like,
Yeah,
do you
but you
want
can
me
go
to
as, like,
be the
friends.
same type of freak as Pangy is? Like, why would I go to a stranger and just ask him out to ball? That's crazy.
I mean, is it really that crazy to just be like, hey, do you want to, like, go get some nice food at a nice atmosphere with some nice people?
Well, that's gonna be an issue because I think I already messaged someone else about that.
Oh, who else?
I'm sorry to hear that.
No one.
Well, you can tell us. We're all like sort of friends, right?
No.
We're really good at keeping secrets, too.
I won't. No, I won't jinx it.
Bad.
You
I feel
won't
like it might be
jinx it?
foolish.
No, I don't think it'll be foolish.
You don't-
Foolish rejected Pilly 1 pretty hard. I don't think
Yeah, but
he would want to go with Pilly 2.
that is true.
Yeah. Pilly 2?
What?
You're awfully quiet, Pilly 2.
Oh,
Is
I'm
it
messaging
foolish?
Amesy. I'm sorry.
Are you and Foolish gonna go
No, AMZ's
together?
actually AFK right now, so I don't think you are messaging AMZ.
Oh, sorry. You don't have Ames's direct like contact
Oh
line.
no, I have AMZ's phone
Oh.
number. Don't worry. I have all the contact. I
Yeah,
just,
no. So you know that I'm probably not messaging them.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because they're like not around right now.
Yeah, no, but since I have Ames's direct contact line, I just can't message them, even if they're AFK, so...
Cool.
Can I test my axe on you? Curious what level of damage it'll do on someone who's only level 44.
Okay, go ahead.
Yay!
Wait. Oh,
Did like nothing. This is depressing.
my hearts are not healing entirely. I don't know if it's a visual bug. I'm like missing half a heart.
Oh, stretch. Stretch. Sometimes you just gotta stretch. Someone lay, please. / lay. Please.
Just for you, Bad, I will.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, my hearts are bugged.
Thank you.
I'm not healing full
Oh,
way.
I'm sorry to hear that. Have you tried
okay.
turning them off and on again?
Yeah, sure. No, I'll do that.
I don't know if it works.
I need to get the
Mm.
power 60. I need extra hearts.
But yeah, I'm pretty sure Foolish is gonna reject
Oh no,
me,
yeah, don't
so
worry
he
about
might
it.
be
I'm not
available.
asking Foolish. Honestly, I don't think Foolish and I will honestly be look good together in the ball. Yeah, no.
Oh, because he's really tall and you're really short.
That's crazy to say because as far as I'm aware, I'm taller than you.
What?
You're a cat.
You're
I'm taller than Bad.
You're like
I
two
don't make the rules.
You're like two packages of spaghetti tall. Like, what do you mean?
Yeah, and you like walk on
Yeah, but you're
fours,
like
so how can
super
you be
short.
taller?
I'm really
You're,
tall.
like,
what
super
are you
short.
talking about? I'm a giant.
Wait, is this why you always get rejected by Foolish? Is it because you're
That's
short and
what
he's
the
not?
fudge.
That is
One,
crazy.
I'm
so
the one
mean to
who
poor
rejected.
Bad.
That's true. Why are you so mean to me?
I thought you were
I'm not being
friends.
mean. I'm just being honest.
That's crazy.
What?
Also, I'm the one who rejects Foolish. I push his advances away constantly.
Is that so?
Yeah, it's very, very disconcerting. I'm constantly saying, no, Foolish.
Go away, Foolish.
Constantly.
I'm ready to die, guys. I'm ready.
You've got this.
I'm going in the ground, but then I'm gonna make an obsidian hole. Hopefully it won't fly out. That would be really awkward.
You're not gonna do it under your castle, are you?
No, don't worry.
Okay.
I'm doing it a little bit farther away. I'm mining so fast, I'm taking full damage when I'm digging straight down. Ah, the joys and whimsies. Right, guys?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Might end up dying, Ross.
You think
This
I'm
might
gonna
be
die?
the last time we get to say hi.
No, don't say that. But it's okay, because it's worth it. Because then you'll have a beacon.
No, that's true. I guess you're right. It is
You'll
worth
have-
it.
You have all the things you'll ever need in life. Just a beacon.
A beacon is the last thing I need for my final degree of happiness.
Wait, really?
That's a good point. Maybe your
Okay.
death would be worth it.
You think it would?
I don't know. I mean, that's a great question. If somebody could achieve ultimate happiness, would it be worth it to give up your life for that? There's a great question for you, actually.
Sometimes you have to give up things
What do you think,
to
Billy
make you
Tim?
happy.
Oh. Even if it means giving up your chance at happiness?
Yeah, well, I mean, Pilly literally fought Clown, right?
Mhm.
And died. They lost
Yeah.
all of their lives just because they wanted to fight Clown for their own happiness and their own
Yeah, but
gain.
That was their
They
happiness.
did that?
You're just doing this
Damn,
for
they were
others.
down bad. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, they
you're
were
telling us, bro.
obsessed. It was
Oh,
rather
yeah, no.
disconcerting, to be honest.
Pilly with an obsession's not a good Pilly.
Yeah.
Well, that's why they're dead.
Yeah, they died with a broken heart and a broken spine and a broken head and a broken arm,
Oh,
broken legs.
wait, don't be broken. Be happy. Wait.
No, this is Pilly. Pilly was very broken when
Oh.
Clown was done with him.
Yeah, but I
There
mean,
was-
that's how it be, no? That's how it be.
Yeah. I'll never forget the last look on Pilly's face. What was left of
Oh,
it anyway.
what was it?
Shock and despair
Shock?
and
No,
hunger.
I'm pretty sure they probably died happy, like Ross said.
No, it was shock. It was, how could this happen to me? I made my mistakes, had nowhere to run.
Oh, no, I'm
Life
pretty
goes
sure.
on.
From what other people have told me who were at the fight, they told me that Billy died very happy with a smile as they were getting crushed.
Oh, no,
To
no.
death.
I checked the drone
Bleeding
footage.
to death.
No, they were
They were
depressed.
very sad. Like, they were frowning.
No,
In constant
A lot of
despair.
people have told me about how they happy.
No.
Like they just
Who
were
were the
really
people?
happy.
Who were the people that said this?
Yeah,
Well, I
I'm curious.
Talked to AMC about it.
Oh, interesting.
That's interesting. I guess
and
that
I
makes
talked to also
kind of makes sense. Amesy would say that though, because
Sneak. Yeah, no,
Yeah.
Sneak.
You talked to
and-
Sneak? Oh, I do not believe that.
What? Are you kidding? Sneak asked me to hang out a couple of times.
Really?
Yeah. You didn't know this? Like, I go over to this little secret island to hang
What?
out. Yeah, we talk a lot about machines and grinding and...
Huh? No, I think you're
Things?
lying to me. I think you're lying to me, Pilly.
No, I'm not. I swear to my life. And he even told me that I can come whenever I wanted to.
well, that's cool.
Oh, did you
Yeah.
know that Sneak... Yeah, no, Sneak also... Yeah, no.
Yeah.
I don't think I should mention this part now that I realize.
What?
No, it's a secret. Sorry.
Okay. Are you talking about the giant farming contraption on his island?
No. It was like a private thing that we both spoke together. But I should probably not mention that.
Oh,
here.
he's who you're asking.
No.
Well, that's romantic. I hope you guys had a lot of fun. at the ball.
No.
Wow, you're objecting very strongly to this.
Yeah.
I do think you'll probably end up going with somebody else though, so
No. I would not ask Sneak. That's
Ironically-
crazy.
I feel like you might ask Clown for some reason.
Honestly, good for him.
So, who are you gonna ask?
I can't say.
Oh, what about you, Ross? Do you have someone in mind for the ball?
Oh yeah, Ross already going someone.
Yeah,
Oh.
I'm going with Amesy.
Oh, wait, what? I thought.
Amesy asked me.
Oh, I thought Pilly was gonna ask Amesy. Okay.
No.
Huh.
They were too
Well,
late.
that's good. Oh snap! I'm sorry, Pilly. That had to be very heartbreaking.
Yeah.
Wait, it's Tubbo. You're asking Tubbo.
No.
No. Trying to think.
Right. I'm ready to die.
Why are you guys trying to guess it?
You better get ready to die. Get ready to die.
How many hours would I need? I only have 26.
More than one.
Is 26 enough?
Do you have infinity on your bow?
Yeah.
That'll be enough.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, bud. I really
No
appreciate it. I'm really terrified. It's gonna be fine, right?
You will probably be fine. Here, I'll give you an instant health 5 potion to strengthen you for it.
Oh no, it's okay. No, it's okay. Don't worry. It's okay. I'm
No,
already
I've
going for
got
it.
tons of them. I've been using them, drinking them like coffee all day.
I'm sure. Like it sounds like Pilly would be.
No, I
mad.
really. I don't think Pilly would mind. Hi. Pilly
you have
too?
something in
Can I
your-
help you?
You have something in your face. I'm helping you clean it.
Oh, thank you. Wait, what? Where did my... Gosh darn it. Again? There you go. You can do it, Ross. Just run if things get scary. Okay, this looks awesome.
What are you gonna plant in here? Is this looking like a
Fountain in the
Walmart
middle.
parking lot?
I'm thinking trees.
I can't believe you're placing concrete on top of very good, healthy grass
I hate
just to make a
grass.
parking lot in front of your cathedral.
I hate the environment.
Yeah, you look like someone who would say that.
Yep. I wish the whole planet was a parking lot. Just one giant flat ball of concrete.
What are you laughing about?
Yippee!
I'm gonna kill you.
You know, last year, I think it was the first year in like human history that the Amazon like didn't pull out like a bunch of carbon out of the air like compared to like previous years.
Really?
Yeah.
Was this a you doing?
No, but I did burn down all the jungles around here.
Ah, I see.
Yes. I'm missing something. Maybe it's in here? Wait, is this max armor? Oh, I probably shouldn't spend that. Need this though. Yes.
Badboyhalo.
Pilly. Can I help you? Do you want an elytra, by the way?
Is over. Oh, yes.
Look, I killed
I'll
it,
sell you
guys.
one.
I
You
killed it in
did?
4 hits with the
Let's
gun.
go.
What the heck?
You did it! Good for you.
Thank you.
Nice. I'm happy for you.
Oh, thank you, Bad. I finally got one for you.
Hello, Penny.
Your time here is over, Badboyhalo.
What?
Good
Is that a
work,
threat,
Ross.
Pilly?
You did it.
It's
you.
time for you to go home, Badboyhalo.
No, don't kill me.
Oh, don't kill Bad.
Yeah,
It's
we live in
time
a
for you
society.
to go.
Are you like
Wait,
the
that's
ghost of
crazy.
future past?
Yes,
I thought I killed you already.
Badboyhalo. You muffin head.
How are you back?
What the heck is going on
It's
here?
time for you to die.
No.
Oh,
We live in a society.
three. I'm killing the second one, guys.
Badboyhalo. Your
Yes?
actions have consequences.
No.
You must face your final trial.
Go
Which-
on.
You will get death sentence.
I just broke the wrong one. That was a horrible idea.
Bro, I killed it in 2 hits. I'm not even kidding. What the heck?
Nice.
Does it always? Oh no, it does. Okay. Oh, okay. I found a hack, guys. I'm a hacker man.
Good work.
Thank you. Oh my gosh! Wait. This means I can give gifts. They're actually a lot.
Badboyhalo.
Yeah?
To avoid your fate, you must give me your axe. Your
No.
big, heavy, great axe.
No. How will I work out my extremely strong arms and muscles?
True, literally.
You must find another way, but in order to survive, you must give me your great axe. Your
Yo.
main weapon.
Ross,
It
you
is
might
an
be the
order.
strongest now.
It is an order. I command you to give me your great axe fully enchanted.
6, 7, 8. On
Fully
whose authority?
enchanted. On you know whose authority.
No, yeah, I just need like verification. Like whose authority?
I'll get back to you in a second.
Oh, okay.
Wow. Third one's gone. Next one.
You've got this.
Thank you. Honestly, it's because you're such a good friend, Bad. You've inspired me to be better and be
Nice.
strong.
Yippee!
Right, Pilly. Do you feel that evil little laugh in your soul?
Actually, no.
I don't know. You kind of give evil vibes.
I kind of kicked out all the evil inside of me. So
That's what an evil person would say. That didn't want to
that's
get
crazy.
found.
That is true.
So what would a not evil person say?
I don't know, bro. I don't know.
Sounds to me that you just trying to make me like you trying to convince yourself that I'm evil, but I'm not. So you're just getting copium right now.
You think I'm copium?
You're having a copium moment, yeah.
Interesting. Okay. I just killed the
Any layers?
fourth one. I will lay
Nice! You're killing so many.
Thank
You might be the
thank
strongest.
You think so?
I think
You
so. I
so?
don't think anyone's killed that many withers yet.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
What the heck? I feel gamer. Okay, well, I can only make one more right now. The rest I put away, so we can have 5 withers.
Badboyhalo, I have turned.
Yeah?
I had a word with my higher ups.
Yeah?
Your record.
Oh my god.
Another one.
Hold on. Give me a second. I'm getting shut up. Hold
Go
on.
ahead.
Oh, give me 1 second. Stop.
Wow.
2, 3, 4.
The 5
Anyways.
stars.
As far as I'm aware, your weapon has been requested by
By?
Poseidon himself.
Poseidon. I hate that guy. Nah. No weapons for him.
He said that your weapon is needed for a fight.
Is he still going by that name?
Yes.
I thought he relabeled and rebranded.
No.
That's wild.
He said that the world's fate is in your hands, aka in that weapon.
Well, next time I talk to him, I'll tell him he needs to rethink.
No, I am his humble messenger.
that.
I am
you-
fulfilling a mission, as you see.
You can go
He's
tell him
getting
to
prepared for war.
eat some cheese or something, because I'm not giving it to him.
You must give me the weapon.
Nope. It's mine.
It is a command. You must give me the weapon.
I'm not under Poseidon's authority. Yippee! Okay, let's see. It's too
Tell
wide.
me who you're under command.
Shouldn't you know?
I need confirmation.
You sound a lot like Pilly too.
No,
Oh,
this is not Billy 2.
okay. Who are you?
I am someone
Yeah?
who you have met before.
Have I met before?
Pilly
I
won?
am possessing
Pilly
this
won?
body.
Pilly won! You're back! Oh, I missed you. Oh, I can't stand Pilly 2. I'm so glad you're back. Oh, gosh. You don't know what we've had to deal with this whole time. It's been awful. Oh my goodness. They're no fun. They're horrible to talk to. They're so mean. And all they do is they say how much they're tough, and yet I'm not sure they could rip through a wet paper bag. No, I'm sure they could, but they're basically way squishier than like you ever were. Like, it's
so
crazy.
weak as well, right?
So weak. Oh, I'm so glad you're back though. Are you staying here for a long time? Like,
Please, David, please.
Please don't
This is
leave us
not
again.
Billy One.
Fix Pangy.
Oh,
Please do
fudge.
not That is a crazy sentence. Please do not compare me to such a low being.
Oh, okay. Sorry, whoever you are.
We have met before, but I cannot reveal my identity as it is a classified. I'm in a mission.
Classified?
Yes,
You have a mission?
I'm in a mission.
Okay. So
That's
you can't
why
tell
I'm
me
here.
who you are.
No.
You're on a mission.
Yes, I've been asked to request for your weapon, your main weapon.
Oh, well, I kind of have a main weapon, but it's mine. I don't know if I can just give it up like that. I'm gonna need
Yeah,
to see
don't listen
some.
to him.
Yeah, I don't have to
Yeah.
listen to you.
No, you don't.
Yes,
do
you
your own
have.
thing.
The only person I would
Because
give
you
my
are under
weapon.
my authority.
No, the only person I'd give my
Yes.
weapon to willingly is probably Pilly 1. But you're not Pilly 1, so I don't have to listen to you. Pilly 2? Where'd you go? That is something else. Oh, Pilly 2.
It is
you're-
I.
Oh, Pilly 2 is back.
It is I.
Hi.
Hi.
Can I help you?
You must give me.
Yeah?
You must give me your weapon.
Why? Why do you want my weapon so badly? Seven?
You must give me your weapon.
Seven? That does not
Your
make
main
sense.
weapon.
Oh, right here. My main weapon. Oh. What the fudge? This makes no sense.
Wait, is that Pilly? Is that Pilly? That was Pilly. That was Pilly 1. The skin.
It was Pilly 1?
Yeah.
Sick.
I swear
Pilly
the
1,
squad.
come back. We miss you. Don't leave us with Pilly 2.
Yes, please save us.
Pilly
No.
1.
I just used an instant health.
Oh, hello. Don't worry. It'll be okay, Ross.
Will it bad? Will it really?
It's just the end of the world.
Oh, don't
Yeah.
say that.
Oh, okay. I won't say it anymore.
Okay, no, you can
I'll
say
just
it.
think
it's okay.
it. No, it's fine.
No, you know what? Thinking's overrated. You might as well just say stuff.
You think? You think I should just say
Yeah.
stuff?
Yeah. What are your thoughts right now, Bad?
My thoughts are... I think Pilly 3 needs a throat lozenge.
Oh, you're so real for that.
Pilly 3, come back. Two.
Do you have any ideas for the bull bad to make it all fancy and silly? I'm just worried no one will show up.
I'm sure people will show up. I wouldn't worry
You think
about it.
so?
Yeah, I think so.
Even though we're yellow.
I'd say in spite of you guys being yellow.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
They want to use our resources and all that stuff. And...
Yeah, something like that.
Okay.
I'd say it's like, you know, you guys are definitely, I think, the most hated out of everybody. But
Okay.
I don't think that means you guys are bad.
The most hated.
You're just
okay.
very disliked. on a very strong, almost like instinctual level, you know?
Do you hate us?
No, I'm probably the only one who doesn't. But man, everybody tells me how much they hate yellow all the time.
Oh, that's so
Yep.
horrible.
Blue
Why?
constantly tells me how much they can't stand yellow. Yep. Oh! Skeppy!
It's me, Skeppy.
Skeppy! Where have you been? Skeppy, I've got so much to tell you. Oh my gosh. There's this person named Pilly too. I can't flipping stand them. They're the actual worst, Skeppy. I'm so glad you're here so we can talk about how much I can't stand them.
It's me, Skeppy.
Skeppy!
Give me your weapon.
What? No, Skeppy, you swore that oath of nonviolence.
You muffin head, give me your weapon now.
No, you swore that oath of nonviolence. I'd never let you break that oath, Skeppy.
No, I need it for other reasons.
Oh, it's so good to see you, Skeppy. I'm so glad you're doing okay.
Okay, give me free stuff, please. It's
I
me,
missed you,
Skeppy.
Skeppy!
Oh my god.
Skeppy!
Oh my god.
Skeppy! Oh, Skeppy's gone. I'll miss him. You didn't even get to talk about Pilly 2 at all.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Oh, come here, Liz. Hi, what's up with you? Dog came over to me. Do you have a dog, Ross?
I don't have any pets. I had some fish.
You don't even have
Actually?
like a turkey or something?
No, nothing. I'm pet.
Have you thought about getting one?
Oh, I have a brother actually.
Oh, that's kind of like a pet.
Yeah. No. Yeah. Yeah.
There you go.
Thank you. Thank you. No, you've actually made me feel a lot more included in the having a pet.
Yeah.
I don't know, fandom. I don't know. I don't know.
In the pet fandom, the pet having community.
Yes, I can be part of the pet having community.
I'm glad you feel that way.
Thank you. Yeah. Oh, you have a dog, right? A little guy.
She's tiny and fuzzy. Holding her right now. She's so fuzzy. She likes head scratches and chin scratches and neck scratches. And being annoying and barking when I stream.
Oh, yes. The best parts, right? The best parts.
Oh yeah, the best parts. Jeg's licking her paws and then licking my face with her dirty, gross smelling mouth.
Oh no. Oh,
Yep.
sounds like a great experience.
It is on one level.
Yeah.
Yeah, she gives me kisses and whatnot. Yes, yes.
Oh.
Yeah. She doesn't speak English though, only Spanish.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, bro, what the heck?
Might be why she doesn't listen to me at all. Oh.
Oh.
Yeah, but she's got a doctorate. She's a woman in STEM.
Oh, yeah, wait, I've known one of those ones.
Mm-hmm.
That's crazy.
Yeah, no, they're pretty rare.
Wow.
Oh,
Oh,
Billy's
look who's
back. Wonder what surprise we're gonna be in for now.
Oh.
Billy, hi.
Look
Welcome
who's back. Even Amesy, who's supposed to be AFK, is getting frustrated.
It's a little ironic that AMC is AFK. And
Meanwhile,
still
I was
present.
possessed by the ghost of the fire being, I got a new set of clothes. You want to see my new set of clothes?
Sure. Come down here. I'm down in the whatchamacallit. Alright, show me.
Wait, where can I put my trash?
Oh, you brought friends.
Yeah, they're following me. What do you think?
Fancy. Looks familiar. I swear I've seen that outfit before.
Ah,
Yeah.
I found it in the trash.
Oh, yeah. That was probably, I think we threw away, Pilly's old clothes after the barbecue.
Oh, ew.
Yeah.
I'm using someone's dead clothes.
Careful. There's
Sure,
a bird
Pangy
over
will
there.
be will like this. I mean,
You wanna
such a
mess with
freak.
Pangy?
But you should totally show that to Pangy. That definitely won't have a bad outcome. Crazy.
So, what did I miss in my absence?
We were
Not
just
much.
talking about, you know, Pilly one being
Yeah.
so great and that we missed them.
Yeah.
Even I missed them.
Really? Because as far as
They
I'm
weren't even my
aware, you
friends.
hated the guy. That's what
Yeah.
Amesy told me.
No, we loved Pilly
Oh,
1.
yeah,
Pilly
no,
1
yeah.
was great.
Way better than,
Yeah.
you know,
They
some
were
other people.
so good. Yeah, they were the highest ranked potion maker. They left me so many health boost 5s. Before they died, they said, use these as much as you want. Don't be sparing with them. Use
Don't know
them
how
up
that
if at all
happened.
possible.
My hand slipped.
No, it's fine. It's fine. I'm pretty defenseless at the moment. I've got a dog sitting on me. Help! My arms, they're trapped. Stop the violence. Oh gosh, I hope you get knocked back and just start dying. That'd be awesome. Ow! Careful, you'll activate my defensive reflex skill.
Really?
Yeah. Oh no!
Do you have... Ah!
Oh, it's activated! Oh no! Oh, it's activated! Oh no!
Oh, what I found in here. A chest full of strength 5 and health boost 5. Regen 5 too?
Yippee! Where?
And my hand.
Are you talking about the ender chest?
Yeah. Strength 5, health boost 5, and a lot of regen 5 potions.
That's crazy.
Friends, I
Oh
gotta
my
go.
goodness.
I'm so sorry, but I'll
Bye.
miss you guys. Bye-bye.
Bye, Ross.
Oh, 1 second, Pilly. I gotta pick up something. Lizzie, come here.
Oh, it will be a bad timing for me to drink up my strength 5, right? Right. It looks so tasty and so delicious. I can just join on my
A bat. What? What? What?
Nothing.
Okay.
It's a clothes. It's a clothes. The clothes. The clothes. They're controlling my mind like the Green Goblin with the mask.
Sorry to hear that. Slash slay.
Clothes.
Slash slay. Yippee. Oh, Pilly 2, you're so silly. Let's see. Fudge. I really...
You have 3 lives. You have 3 lives. I can spare 1.
Okay. So, I like how this looks a little bit better. You okay?
Yes. Yes, I am fine.
Okay. I like how this looks. But I'm still pondering. I think that looks even. Yeah, I think I just have to... Hey, Billy, are you any good at making fountains, by chance?
No.
Oh,
I think
it's
I've
unfortunate.
heard the Scott is major is.
Oh, you think so?
Yes.
I might ask him. 4, 5, 6. One, two, three, 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Wait. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8? What? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2. 1, 2. Three, 2, wait. 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's go! Dang it, that is totally not correct. It's the inner circle that's honked up. That's why. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 3, 2. 3, 2. That's what it was. It was this. There we go. All right, that looks a lot better. What do you think, Pilly 2? Cole back! Thank you for the gifted sub! Hi! How are you doing tonight? That looks a lot better. Now you gotta go do it over there. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. 1, 2. Wait, what? 4, 5, 6. 6? Oh my gosh. 2, 3. 1, 2. What? 2. Pilly 2, I got a question for you.
Yes.
Have you ever Seen Code Geass.
No.
No?
No.
Never?
Mm-mm.
Oh my
No.
gosh. It's really good. You'd like it.
So what was the question?
No, that was the question.
Ah.
And it is really good. You should literally ask. Do you need something, by the way? Like a new weapon or something like that? I mean, you do have Clown's weapon. I could make you like an axe. Pilly 1 had a big ol' axe. Would you like one,
me
Pilly 2?
The best axe without fire
I
aspect, please.
don't know about that, but I can make you like a really weak axe. Or like something...
The strongest axe.
Oh, here, I might even have one in here that you can have. Let's see. You alright? Oh, here we go. Sharpness 3, fire aspect 1. Here you go. There you go. Just for you.
I'm gonna kill you. I'm gonna kill you.
You're welcome. No need to thank me.
I'm gonna kill you. I'm gonna kill you.
It's what friends are for.
I'm gonna kill you. I'm gonna kill you. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna kill you.
I know you do the same for me, so.
Oh, I'm gonna kill you. I'm gonna kill you.
I know you do the same for me, so it's all good. Whee! I'm gonna go down here.
This is
Uh-huh.
this is trash.
Is there something you want to say? No?
No.
Oh, okay. No? You alright?
Yes.
Seem a little down in the dumps.
Well, I'm
Like
holding
something's
myself back
bothering
from
you.
violence.
Oh my goodness, a symmetry upgrade would be awesome for building. How did I not think about that when they asked me the other day? That's such a good idea. Oh my gosh. I need to suggest that. Oh, Pilly, you left the axe I gave you just on the ground over here. I think you forgot.
I
It's
threw
just-
it away.
Oh, that's so nice. That was my gift to you, Pilly. Pilly, why are you hating? What the fudge? Pilly, stop! That's violence. I'll have to retaliate.
No, it's just a friendly pat in the back.
Oh, okay.
Friendly pat.
Hey, what do you think of Green's base over there, by the way? Have you seen it?
Yes.
The one with the big swirls on the front?
Yes.
What do you think?
I like it.
You should consider joining Green. We're the best
No.
faction. No? Why?
No, thank you.
Oh, okay. Yes, that's fine. Be kind of nice to have a Pilly in our faction. Maybe someday Pilly 1 will return and we can get a Pilly 1.
Maybe I should join Yellow.
I mean, you could.
Yeah, maybe I should.
Have you thought about maybe infiltrating Yellow? Think about
No.
how cool that would be.
Why would I do that? I have nothing against Yellow.
Oh, you could infiltrate them.
What for?
I don't know. To bring. Wait a minute. Huh.
What?
But It just... Huh.
What?
Thought just occurred to me.
What? No, please tell me. Go ahead.
No. I was just thinking
go
that,
on.
like... That was something I suggested to Pilly back in the day. It would have been... You know, we were trying to infiltrate Yellow at one point.
I see.
Yeah. But then Pilly died.
Because they were weak.
Yeah. Maybe.
So were you saying someone to infiltrate Yellow?
That's a good question. Probably not. I'm saying, but if you were on Green faction, you could infiltrate Yellow. That'd be kind of fun. But that's kind of a plan that, like, me and Pilly discussed.
I see.
Yeah. Oh well. Maybe Pilly 3 will be better.
That is crazy to even say.
Wait, if you die, do you think I'll get a Pilly 3?
No,
Maybe
because
a
I
version
can't
that
die.
likes Twilight?
No, because I can't die.
Well, that's unfortunate. I mean, good for you.
Thank you.
What
It's
about
not really a
Pilly
good
4?
thing.
Does Pilly Model 4 have a built-in, like, TV?
Maybe we should have a bat too.
Bad 2! Maybe there is a bad 2.
Maybe bad 2 will be funnier and nicer and better.
He'd probably just be more emo. I bet he shops at Hot
Or
Topic.
maybe he'll just be better in every way.
Maybe. You know what? That's a good spirit there. Looking on the bright side of things. Why does it have to be nighttime?
I just...
Slash lay, please.
Oh.
Oh, stretch, Pilly. Pilly!
Yeah, no, I think we urgently need a better band too.
No, I agree. I think the original, though, is pretty chill.
I can help you with that.
It's pretty tall, strong, storm powered, good with kids. That was a reference. Sorry.
No, it's okay. I was just thinking.
You ever see The Incredibles?
Yeah,
It's a great movie.
it is.
Fudge. Pilly, what do you think of my path? Give me your thoughts. Wait a
Great.
minute. You can't place stuff on these, can you?
The slabs?
Yeah, like, can I put flowers on the mud?
Oh. No. I don't think so.
This isn't gonna look as pretty. I'm gonna have to replace it with like dirt or something. I mean, I'm gonna leave it for the color, but I'm gonna, wherever I put stuff, I'm gonna have to place dirt.
Oh, maybe you can.
You can? What? The muffin! We must try this. Give me that. Ah! Yes! Oh my gosh! Yes! 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 Oh, let's go! I didn't think it was possible! Yippee! Pilly 2. I've succeeded.
I hate this flower.
Why? That's the best flower. What the fudge? Why would you say that? That's horrible. Why would you hate this flower? This is the best flower. Why would you say that? You just made an enemy for life. That's crazy. That's crazy. I can't believe you'd say that. I can't believe you'd say that.
These ones are better.
Do you hold grudges, Pilly?
Yeah. Yeah, I do.
Me too.
Good to know.
Really bad at holding grudges. I hold grudges like forever. Like a crazy person.
We should burn all cornflowers. Burn all of them.
Didn't hear a
Burn
slash
them to the
J after
ground.
that.
I'm gonna collect every single cornflower and I'm gonna burn it.
Well,
Every single one of them.
it's been nice knowing you, Pilly. Who are you gonna ask on a
Do you wanna know?
date? Curious.
Well, I didn't want to say it because Ross was there.
Yeah.
But
But
I'm
it
gonna
was gonna
ask
be-
out. I think you know. You just avoided you just avoided saying who.
Yeah. Who is it?
No,
Remind me.
no. Go ask. I'm pretty sure you know who it is.
Who? Who?
You know.
Who?
You know.
Who?
Okay. You can do it by
You know, Pilly used to play this guessing game a lot too.
oh really?
Yeah. Pilly used to be all like, I've got a crush on somebody, but it's not Clown.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
So did they had a crush on Clown?
Pilly must have had a million hands with the number of people that Pilly
No,
asked
I'm pretty
to
sure.
things.
Pretty sure Pilly only liked Clown.
No. Pilly liked a lot more people than Clown.
No, I am sure that it was only Clown.
Oh no, it was definitely more people than Clown, because Pilly was like asking, basically, you could make a shorter list of people that Pilly didn't ask.
I'm gonna tell you something,
Yeah?
okay? So, if Pilly really allowed themselves to get killed by Clown, probably means that it was only Clown.
Well, that's a little bit of a stretch. I don't know if Pilly allowed himself to get killed by Clown. It's like saying a rabbit
He died,
allowed
right?
himself to get eaten by a bear.
He died, right?
Yeah. No,
Like
he
he's
died.
dead.
Yeah.
Then yeah, no. That's how it works.
Yeah. But it was more like... I guess if the rabbit jumped in front of the bear on purpose. I guess that's fair. Okay.
I mean, as far as I'm aware, I was told that they asked for this fight,
They
right?
did? Yes. That was said at one point.
And they left a will.
They did?
I don't know. That's what I'm asking.
You know what? That's a good point. I never did get a will. Interesting.
I don't know.
Maybe. Oh, you know what? I
What?
do think I remember what Pilly's last wish was. No, never mind.
Really?
I forgot.
Oh.
Yeah, but Pilly did want me to do something, but if I can't remember, it probably wasn't anything important. Yeah. Oh, colorful. Need more mud. I'm not really good
I'm
at
sure
building
around
fountains.
there,
I
it's
think I
probably
could do
like a will of some sort, or Pilly was probably like confessing something important, but that's just a guess.
that. What about a
Because that's
big
something I
tree?
would do. And if we're similar in some sort of way,
Mm-hmm.
it'll make sense that they would do it too.
Oh. Maybe you're right. I don't know. Yeah, a big tree would probably block the cathedral. I'm gonna be honest. Though, this is a lot of surface area. Maybe I should make the path thinner. What do you think, Pilly 2?
I think
Is it too wide?
burn cornflowers.
I do feel like it is a little wide. I think making
Burn
the path a little thinner.
cornflowers.
Why are you burning my cornflowers?
You know what this looks like?
What?
Boss Bot headquarters. You just need an oil fountain in the middle.
Oh, wait. Are you talking about Toontown?
Yeah.
Oh, I loved Toontown. That was so much fun.
I love Toontown.
It's a shame it's no longer around.
It's not. It's not. Shut up.
I feel like at some point they'll make another. They'll probably make a movie about it, to be honest.
No.
Nah, that seems like the type of cash grab Hollywood would do.
They would probably make one of Club Penguin first, then Toontown.
Probably. Hollywood does like milking things to death.
I asked though when.
Uh-huh.
Hmm?
You asked Owen? Why?
I don't
Seems
know.
a little odd for you.
Why?
I don't know, it just seems kind of odd.
Why?
I don't know, it just seems kind of odd for you. Any particular reason? Like, did Owen, like, catch your eye? Yeah?
I mean, there was no one else to ask.
No one else? At all?
I mean, first in the list was AMC. And AMC is already taken. second on the list was you, but I don't want to go with you anymore. And
Oh, wait, why
the other
not?
person, I
Why
kind
don't
of.
you want to go with me anymore?
Who knows?
That's crazy.
And then
That's crazy. This
the
is
next person that I've spent time with and talked to quite a little bit has been Owen. So Owen,
interesting. It's kind of interesting though.
why?
Well, just like Pilly got along really well with Owen.
Why?
They just got along really well.
Oh,
Yeah. Yeah.
well, we still
Billy-
have to see what he says. He still hasn't
Oh, he
replied,
hasn't
but
responded? Oh, I'm sorry to hear
mean,
that.
it's also sleeping probably currently, so.
Yeah.
I mean, I did suggest it to him. Last time we talked. He was a little bit worried because he said it would be like, really bad for my public image.
Oh, really? Wait. I might be mixing people up. Yeah, wait. Hold on. Wait. Whoa. Hold on. Let's backtrack. Owen? The one who, like, betrayed Yellow? That Owen?
Yeah, the jester.
Oh. Okay. Cool.
Wait, who
That's
were you
gonna-
thinking of?
No, I was thinking of Owen. But, man, you are really... You're shooting your image in the foot. You must
that's what I've
really,
been-
really, really like Owen. Like, a lot. To
No.
risk that. Because that's, like...
I mean, I still don't understand why people don't like him. Seemed really nice
Well-
to me.
There was the whole, like... Trying to... Kill... Or, like... Not kill, I guess, but... Push Ross out of the red faction. That might have something to do with it, maybe. Or the yellow faction, I mean. Good for you. I'm
Yeah, I
glad you
don't
found
know.
somebody who shares your murderous intent.
No.
No?
Yeah.
Oh,
I'm
yeah,
just,
this looks a lot better, thinner.
I mean, is it really that bad?
No,
Just
no, I
kinda
think
felt-
it's a great choice. Go for it.
I just kind of feel bad for him, and
Oh, you
mean-
felt bad for him.
yeah, I mean, no one wanted to talk to him.
Oh.
It kind of reminded me when people used to do that to me, so.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, that's a
And
hard
as far as
situation to go
we've
through.
talked,
Mm-hmm.
he hasn't been like, he has been actually very well in understanding with me too, so. And I generally cannot think of anyone else I could ask.
Yeah, there's not a single other person around, you know. So it's
Yeah,
basically
since-
Owen or nobody.
Yeah, you kind of ruined your shot, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, I'm feeling really bad about that. Really regretting that decision.
You should.
Yep, totally gonna cry myself to sleep tonight. I just wanted to let you know that. Don't feel bad or anything. Yeah, don't feel bad or anything.
Hmm.
But I mean, if you like wanted to reconsider,
Going
I'm not
with
saying you
you?
should, but
That's crazy.
wow.
I don't think me and you have anything.
Anything. We literally are sitting here talking. That's violence. You just committed a war crime right now.
I almost died, but thank you. I'm okay. Not really. Only took 2 hearts.
I know you're okay, but is my path? Well,
Yeah, no,
if it
sorry,
makes
Dad.
you if it makes you feel worse, I do think I should let you know that I did only say yes to your invitation because I felt bad for you.
Oh, really? This is
Yeah.
kind of like the things that people say after they get rejected. You know, those like men. They're like,
Actually, you were not that pretty to begin with. Actually, I never cared for you. I was just doing it as a bit.
Well,
that's how you sound right now.
I do say that to a lot of people, but usually I'm the one who's doing the rejecting. So. Bat him
Interesting.
away with a stick. Gosh, darn
Don't
it.
cry.
No!
It's okay.
Leave me alone.
You'll be rejected. Ow.
Leave me alone. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
It's okay to be
1, 2, 3.
rejected and then.
I'm not rejected.
Well, it was not even a rejection. It was more like I said yes and then I dumped you. So it's okay to be dumb. It's part of life.
It's okay to be dumb. This is crazy. To be fair, though, I'm gonna be honest. You're nice and all, but
You're not really my type.
I
Actually,
pretty much.
I
don't-
deserve prettier. I deserve someone prettier. You're not that pretty.
you-
You're not on my level.
Are you made out of diamonds?
I think I
You're
have
not-
8.
You're not really my type. I'm sorry.
It's okay, Bad.
I'm a material girl. I'm sorry.
It's okay, Bad. We all know how you feel deep in the inside, even if you deny it.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That's crazy. You know, you could use some therapy, I feel like. I feel like you have a lot of issues you
Oh,
haven't
that's
worked
so.
through. Yeah.
What issues?
I don't know. I'm sensing a lot of unresolved issues.
Is that so?
Yeah. I know a
what?
good therapist.
No, thank you.
No, I know a really, really
No,
good
thank you.
therapist. Like high quality, charges reasonable prices.
No, thank you.
Has a nice office.
No, thank you.
He's really good looking too, which is what a therapist should be.
If it's really good looking, then maybe you should ask him out.
Well, the therapist is moi. That's right.
You?
I'm a licensed therapist.
Okay, let's do it. What do you
Let's
want to
do it.
Okay, yeah, whatever.
You want
Let's do it.
therapy?
Yeah?
No one's ever said they want therapy. Okay,
It's a
Tell
weird
me.
way to ask me out on a date, but I mean, sure.
whoa, whoa. No, this is therapy. That would violate client-patient standards or something. I don't know. I didn't spend a lot of time in therapy school. But tell me about your childhood.
I don't remember my childhood. I don't think I had a childhood.
I see. And how does that make you feel?
Nothing. Don't really care.
I see. Well, I can't help you. See
You're
my
the worst
secretary. They'll
therapist
provide
I've-
you with the bill. Whoa,
You're
whoa.
the worst therapist I've ever met. That's
I'm
good.
actually the best therapist you've ever met.
If you were the best therapist, you wouldn't give up.
How
If
many?
you give up, you're a... No. If you give up on me, it basically means that you claim defeat and you
What?
can't help me out, which means that you're a bad
What?
therapist.
Why would a therapist, just for the record, why would a therapist continue to try and help you if they can't help you? Have you ever thought about that? That would make me a terrible therapist.
How do you know
Palm.
you can't help me? Are you saying just because I had no
Oh, you're-
childhood?
You're basically unhelpable. I literally heard one word. I was like,
Because I had no childhood, so you're discriminating me. You know I can sue you for this, right? This is medical malpractice.
Well, I don't know if the realm has anti-discrimination laws. You'll have to take that up with the king. Hi, Palm. How are you?
Yeah, no. I mean, if it makes you feel better.
Do you have
My
money?
expectations were low.
Do you have money, Pilly?
No.
Yeah, you see, I'm not discriminating against you because you had no childhood. I'm discriminating against you because you're poor. And you can't afford my practice, which is very expensive and only the highest quality.
It seems to me that you are... You know someone who you remind me of?
Who?
Have you ever heard of, I think it's Regen?
No. Name
How do you...
sounds vaguely familiar. Lucy! Come here. How ironic you say you could
was
use some
this
therapy.
guy
That's
that
crazy,
quote,
Paul.
work as a psychic
Uh-huh.
and help people get rid of ghosts, but
One
he had
second.
no
Hold
psychic
on.
powers,
Sorry,
and he
Kelly.
was just a big
Lucy,
lie,
what the fudge are
And-
you doing? Give
and
me
he
that.
was just scamming people.
Stop it. Oh my god.
Regen, Mob Psycho, yeah.
Oh my gosh. That's it. You're going in last.
I think that's what you're doing.
Sorry, Pilly. I'm back.
No,
Continue.
that's okay.
Oh my gosh. Continue.
No. It's okay.
Go ahead. No, I'm listening.
No, I just think, there's this guy who...
You could see ghosts.
Not really. Like, he was kind of like a psychic, but not really. He pretended to be one and pretended to exorcise ghosts and beings and things.
Wait, why couldn't he see ghosts though?
And point is that he used to scam
That's
people
awful.
thinking that he will exorcise them, but he had no powers. So that's what I'm saying. You're scamming people, making them think that you're a therapist, but you actually can't do that.
Well, did they stop paying him?
No, they paid him.
What? Why? If he was scamming them, why would he pay them? Hilly? Hilly too?
Yeah,
You walked off.
because people are dumb.
I'm saying
They didn't
if he's-
realize that they were being scammed.
But why? What were they paying him for then?
Nothing.
So they must have been unsatisfied then. So wouldn't they complain?
Oh my god.
Certainly, if if they didn't get any satisfaction at the end, they would complain.
Well, maybe because he had help.
Oh, he had
He
help.
helped himself.
What help did he have?
Actually, who somewhat had powers.
Oh, he had someone to exorcise the ghost for him.
Yeah.
Oh, so he was doing what they were paying then. Well, that's not scamming. Help! 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 Chip! Chip! Kill Pilly! Kill Pilly, Chip!
Chip's not even here. Chip's not even here.
Chip, appear and kill Pilly! Do it! Eat Pilly! You have my permission! Eat Pilly too! Chip! You're just gonna let me die like this, Chip? Chip! 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 Help, Chip! Ah! That's crazy. Ow! Chip! Chip, where are you? Oh, you're so lucky, Pilly. If I didn't have a dog on my lap. Alright, Lucy, I gotta put you down. I have to go murder somebody. Come here. Here you go. Oh, careful, Lucy. What are you doing? Here, sit. Here. Alright. Oh, Pilly! Where are you? Do you want to play a game, Pilly? Lucy, what are you doing? Here, turn around. You can... Lucy, I can't hold you! What are you doing? Lucy, what are you doing? Why are you trying... She doesn't want to sit on my lap. She wants me to hold her. Dang it, Lucy! Lucy, I can't sit like this. You're like, literally, I need both arms to kill Pilly, okay? I need both arms, Lucy. This is ridiculous. What? What are you looking at? Oh, you want to look out the window? Is that why? Okay, fine. You can look out the window. I know, we haven't seen Gertrude today, have we? Maybe that deer will come back and we can bark at that one. Do you like deer, Pilly? I can't stand deer. I have a grudge against all deer. Can we talk to Lucy? Hold her to the microphone. Alright, let me try. Oop, careful, Lucy. Oop. There you go, Lucy. What is this? What is this? Come here. No, right here. Right here. What is this? Do you smell that? Can you guys hear her breathing? Lucy, what is that? What is that? What is that right there? Here. No. Right here. Here. Sit. What is that, Lucy? Lucy, what are you doing? Okay, hold on. Lucy, sit, stay. Alright, let me turn off the noise suppression. Maybe that'll help. Come on. Alright. Alright. Lucy, what is that? What is that? Look. No, here. Here. Nope. Lucy's licking my hand right by the mic. Lucy, what is that? Look. No, over here. Over here. Here. No. Here. There you go. There you go. Hi. Hello. Hi, Lucy. Hi, baby. Lucy, make some noise so they can hear you. Lucy, bark. Lucy, bark directly into the mic, Lucy. Bark directly into it. Teach them a lesson. Teach them a lesson, Lucy. Bark directly into the mic. What is that? What is that? Can you guys hear her licking my hand? It's so gross. I have dog slobber on my hand. Lucy, over here. Over here. Here. Gross. Ugh. She's licking it. It's so gross. crazy dog. This dog is crazy. Lucy, I don't have room on my keyboard. That's so gross, but it's Lucy, so it's okay. There we go. That's crazy. Ew. Oh, my hands are covered in dog slobber. Ew. Lucy, stop it. Ugh, so gross. I need to do something about this. Here, Lucy. Can you sit right here? Hold on. Here, Lucy. Up. There you go. Sit. Alright. Stay. Hi, baby. What's wrong? Thank you for the kisses. Thank you. What's wrong, baby? What's wrong? I know you want to look out the window. You. Oh, your breath's stinky. What? Did you see something? What was that? Oh, Gertrude. Is Gertrude out there? Oh. Go get him. What? What's wrong? Her eye looks really good, chat. Yes, it does. Yes, it does. It didn't look so bad, or... To be honest, though, I'm gonna be honest, though, I think the surgery was unnecessary. But she does have that little bump gone. And it's been rubbing at her eye a lot less, so I'm very happy. Yes, I'm very happy. Yes, I am. Yes, I am. Are you happy, too? Here, over here. Get it. No, the mic. Look, right here. No. Not the screen, the mic. Lucy, look, what is this? What is this? Lucy. Here. Come here. Come on. Here, let's see. What can I get? Maybe if I hold this over there? Oh, don't sit on the keyboard. Don't sit on the keyboard. Here, Lucy. What is this? What is this here? What is it? Oh, there you go. Alright. You feeling better, Lucy? Imagine a stream that is nothing but Lucy Cam in all screen with no Badboy. Badboyhalo is on the side. That's crazy. Could you imagine that? Could you imagine, chat, a screen, like a stream just like of Lucy? No, and Badboyhalo's just pushed into the corner, like the Minecraft is just in the corner. That's crazy. Alright, Lucy, can I put you on the ground, please? Lucy, please. My arms are so tired. And you don't want to sit on the desk anymore. So I need to put you somewhere. She's so heavy, chat. You have no idea. She's so heavy. Lucy, here. I gotta put you over there. Come here, baby. Alright, come here. Oh, come here, baby. There you go. Alright, ready? Go over here. Lay down. Sit. Stay. Stay. Do you want this? Here you go. Go get it. Oh. I'm back. Ow! There you go. Die, Pilly. Die.
No. Wait.
Die.
No.
Die. Die. Die.
Ouch.
Die, Pilly, die.
Ouch.
Die. Die.
Ow.
Die.
Ow.
I'm not gonna break your armor. You're just gonna ask for more. Dad, can you give me more armor?
You're repaired.
Billy, do you have netherite? No.
Oh, I've literally gotta use so much netherite. Shut up.
I literally got you so much netherite. Shut up. I can still hear your voice. The agonizing screams.
What?
Oh, come on.
I don't have an axe. My axe! Where's my axe? I wanna go get my axe. Owie.
Lucy, no! Gosh darn it! Lucy! Stop it. Here, 1 second. Come here, baby. Oh, baby. I'll be right back. 1 second. Billy, cover me.
I'm literally far away.
Lucy with the chair. All right. I am back.
Good.
Billy,
Yes.
thank you for not letting me die.
Sure.
All right. Oh my flipping gosh. Quadalata, that looks amazing. Holy fudge. I love that.
What?
Quadalata just sent me a design that looks so good. I'm gonna replace all of these. Anyway, what are you up to? What are your plans for the day?
Nothing.
And
Hang out
night?
with you. All night?
Aw.
Probably PvP.
That's so sweet.
PvP all
I
night.
missed you, Pilly.
I missed you too.
A little bit, I guess. I mean, I don't know if I missed you that much, to be fair. Yep. Just a little bit.
Where is you? I have my axe now.
That's great. Ow! Why? Okay. I guess we can have a duel. No, that's fine. I like the idea of a duel. That's pretty good.
No, that's okay.
Yeah, let's have a race. Let's see.
No.
See if you can run away.
No way. I don't have strong arrows. Hold on. Ouchie. Wait. Hi. Hi, man. Hey.
Die already.
No.
Turtle Master potions really kind of make these fights really
Ow.
annoying.
I know. I was on one for 1 hour. I don't have strength on, so I want to use strength 5 potion. That would be really bad. Owie. Owie. I kind of forget about the slowness part. Could have not. that ideal.
This is so funny. With this.
You're getting a little
No,
test.
I just couldn't imagine doing this for like an hour. This would drive me
Yeah.
actually insane. This is the worst
Yeah,
PvP
no.
ever.
It is. Oh, what? A
Especially
second bottle
with
has
the-
hit the Pilly
the
2. A
firework.
second Turtle Master bottle has hit. Oh, the Pilly 2. That's crazy. That's crazy. What? I wonder.
Honestly, I wonder if this is fighting with the bow is just better.
No, I don't think so. The thing that I think will probably break is my shield. It's a good thing that I don't have strength 5 right now on. I think I would actually kill you.
Think so.
Oh, maybe my weapon. Oh my god, that did a lot of damage. Oh my god. Jeez. Jeez Louise. I guess I'm not that strong.
Quack.
Am I? Oh lord, oh lord, oh lord, oh lord. Oh, that's not good. Oh, that's not good. Hey, Bad, how you doing? Wait. Oh, do I really have to chug in that? Well, I don't want to drink them. I don't want to drink them.
Come here.
No.
Ow, ow. Oh, ow, ow. Hold on. Okay, wait.
Hold on. Ow.
Wait, how's my armor doing? Okay, my armor's up. Wait.
Come here.
Wait.
Come here.
Oh. Okay.
Die.
For the sake of science, I shall do this. Oh wait, I'm not doing crits. Ooh. Hi.
Oh, that is definitely stronger.
We stop when my armor's about to break. That's the deal.
What? That's a horrible idea because your armor will
No, because I don't want to break my armor.
I don't want to have to get you new armor because we know I'm the one who's gonna make it.
No, but I just drank the strength 5 potion.
No,
Fight me,
it's
you
going
coward.
to waste.
Fight
Why
me.
do you waste
Fight
it? No,
me, you coward.
your armor's
Fight
about to
me.
break. I'm not getting you a new one.
No, it's not about to
We live in
break.
a society.
You're a coward. You're a coward. You're such a coward. You're such
I'm
You're
brave
so scared.
coward.
You're so
Whee!
scared of fighting a level 45? Or is it that you realize that I have more PvP skills than you do?
Yep, you got it. I'm really just terrified, Pilly.
Okay, go on then. Go on then. Go on then. Fight me.
Oh my
Fight
goodness, it
me.
reduced it by... How did it reduce it that much? Okay, something...
Fight me.
They're really, like, reducing the damage, like, heavy. It got reduced by... From
Fight
200 down to 3?
fight me, fight
Is
me,
that just the
fight
default
me,
armor?
Fight
That's
me,
actually
fight
crazy.
me, fight
No,
me.
your armor will break, and then you're gonna
It's
blame
not.
me.
It's literally more than halfway.
I don't believe you.
I pinky promise it is.
No.
I
No,
pinky
well, my
promise
armor
it
will
is.
break, and then I'll have to get new armor.
You're
And
just
we don't
putting
even
excuses.
we don't even get XP for it either.
It's fun though.
If we got XP, I wouldn't really care about it.
It's fun. I think you're just
this is
scared of me
aerial
killing you.
combat.
Oh wait, shit, my shield broke.
Oh, look at that!
Shoot, my shield broke.
Well, look how the muffins have crumbled.
I miss having a good shield. I can't hit you for flying, you know that, right?
I'm just super fast.
Oh.
So, just for clarification,
Yes.
right? This gets reduced from 153 to 2? That is way more than 90%. I think the higher damage it is from a player, the more it's getting reduced. So it's just getting... Well, now you're definitely not winning. You don't have an axe. Or you
Oh,
don't have a
really?
shield.
I don't. What is in my hand? What is in my hand, then? What is in my hand?
Hi. Hi. Hi.
Fire's getting a little bit annoying, I'll say.
Yeah, it's more annoying for me, I think.
Maybe. Maybe it is.
Hi.
This is really funny on my perspective.
Does it?
Yeah.
Ow. Owie. Owie. I hate not having a shield. This is awful.
Ow. Owie.
Okay, whatever.
Yeah, no, the fire protection actually is really bad. Like, because you really just cannot hit someone at all.
Yeah. It's what I had to suffer the entire fight.
Honestly, setting yourself on fire in a combat situation might actually be better.
Oh, wait, bad. Hold on. Time out. Take that zombie out. Take that zombie out.
Get Pilly, zombie! Get Pilly! Go!
This is...
Come on, Pilly. Can't you take out a little zombie? Dang it. He's coming for me!
Pow. 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 I actually think I'm doing worse without a shield. Ow! Ow! Stop! What are you hitting me with a spear? Oh, because of range?
Yeah.
Pow. I also don't have haste, which is bad. Pow. Pow. How much sharpness does it have? Owie.
I don't know what I put on it. I think it's max sharp 7.
I see. I have sharpness 5 because that's the only thing that you gave me. Pow. 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 How much? I wonder if I can like. I don't think I can like counter you with a sword because you have no knockback. Ow. Let me see. I can still stand a few hits. Ow.
Honestly, the way armor and damage is, it's really just netherite and gapples. That's the trick.
Yeah.
Full inventory of
have-
netherite and gapples.
I don't have any regen on me. I don't have anything.
I don't
just
think
only
you'd
have...
need even potions or anything.
Well, if you're fighting against a sharpness 10 with strength, then yeah. Something
No,
broke?
no.
Nothing broke.
I think
Did
you
I break
just-
something?
No?
No, nothing broke. Well,
Ow.
well. This is awesome sauce.
Oh.
I need a better weapon.
Yippee! I need to think about this.
Alright. Awesome sparing.
That's a good little tool.
Lucky for you, I'm not strong enough to kill you right now.
I wish they had never nerfed my arrows. Oh. I'd be doing so much damage. Oh my goodness, that only does 1.7. Ugh. So upsetting.
Ow. Wait,
How
you
low
can do
you
martial arts with your bow?
Oh yeah, I guess if I do this, and I switch over here, and you're bleeding. Huh. Did that do martial arts?
Oh, wait. Time out! My helmet! Time out.
Oh, okay.
It's time to end. My helmet is about to break.
Well, that was a fun little fight.
Yeah. I'll
Let me
kill
see
you
how this looks.
once I have decent stuff.
Maybe someday.
I'll kill you
Hmm.
when I don't have garbage things to fight.
I don't like the look of this. Now I'm just trying to determine, like, where's the best place to build
I
a
love
branching
fighting.
pass.
I'm saying this out loud. I genuinely hope they add more people to the realm who know PvP because I love to do friendly sparring with them. Like I just did with you.
Yeah,
I love
no, I
PvP.
hope so too.
Yeah, it's just I'm running out of people to pick fights with. What's next, Pangy? Wait. Wait. Subtle foreshadowing? Imagine. I'll beat him though. That's crazy. I already beat him in normal PvP. A little bit.
Who?
Pangy?
Oh, Pangy?
Yeah.
Really? You beat
Yeah.
Pangy?
Yeah. You didn't know that?
No, I didn't.
Well, now you know.
Pretty good.
Thank you.
Fudge. There we go.
So yes, I think I'm gonna go box myself and I'll practice PvP in another instance. But I'm still be on a call with you.
Okay.
It's probably what I should have done from the start, if I'm being honest, instead of running around. Yes.
That was probably a good idea.
Tubbo, please add more PvP players to the realm, and my life is yours. Please, if you hear me, please.
Do you really want more PvP? Wouldn't more
Yes,
RP
yes,
be fun?
please. PvP players, please.
RP. You're addicted, Pilly.
I'm addicted. I'm a little addicted gremlin. My
Yeah,
addiction.
maybe if I do... What if I do, like, actually lift this whole thing up? Like, as an actual bridge. Up to, like, here?
Wait.
No. So we
I'll be
do,
right back.
like, out to there. Have a path going under it. So if we look from this side, if we bow it out, maybe like there. Go from like here to 1, 2, to 1, to 1, 1, 2, 3. No, to 2, to 2, to 3, 3. I'm thinking, what do you guys think of that curve? That look okay? No, it's gotta be a little higher. So 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 2, 2, 2, 2, 3, 3. What do you think about that, chat? That look pretty good? Somewhere like that. How's that curve look? It's tough to look at, I know, right? For a bridge, I'm thinking. I think we carve that down a smidge, like right about here. Bring that down, that down, that down, that down, and then layer like that. Yeah, like that. That one needs to go. Okay. No, up here. This one. You know what? Yeah, that looks pretty good. Okay. So, now we come down here, chat. And we do like... So this is going to be like a bridge. Right? So, let's just do deep slate across it. And then something like that. Fudge. Dang it, I don't have enough materials for this. Well, that looks good. Okay. Okay, let's do something like this. Fudge. It's tough to look at. It's just temporary. Wait, hold on. You know what? Come to think of it, I want to push this down a little, just to like there. I feel like it looks better this way. Two, two, two. I'm not gonna leave these blocks. It's just temporary. To here. To here. To here. And then this will just go straight across like that. Okay. So then when we come down in here, we carve this through. And then we do like basically an under part. There we go. Okay, so then we carve that down. So it's basically gonna have a bridge you can go under. And then I'm thinking about doing something down here. A bit different. Oh. Basically, guys, I saw Bada gave me like a great idea that I feel like really good on. I feel really good about. Plus, we can implement some really cool torches around this. So I want to do the blue torches. Well, the blue lanterns, not torches. Boop, just like that. And this will look awesome. So it's gonna look like an arch bridge. That, wait, let me see the picture again. Fudge. I do kind of want to change some stuff. Like this. Needs to go like here. I'm probably gonna get rid of this extra stuff. Probably gonna get rid of that. Put like that like there. Put that like that. There we go. So it'll be mostly this. Fudge. There we go. What's N's daughter say? The sky is falling. We support N's daughter. Chicken Little also thought the sky was falling. And he was right. That was one of my favorite books as a kid. Because it was, the ending is just so great. Have you guys ever read the OG Chicken Little? Do you know what happens at the end? It's way better than the movie, just for the record. You haven't read it. Oh my gosh. Okay, OG Chicken Little. Right? The sky is literally falling. And Chicken Little goes and recruits like all of his friends and be like, guys, the sky is falling, the sky is falling. And they go find this fox. And they tell the fox, they're like, the fox, the sky is falling, the sky is falling. And the fox is like, yeah, let's all take shelter in my cave. Yeah. Hey, do you guys want to have some dinner? I'm feeling hungry. The fox eats some. It's such a great ending to the whole story. It's awesome. It's way better than like the actual, like, the way they did in the movie. You know what? I'll tell you guys. You know what? You want to hear the story of Chicken Little? I'll tell you the story of Chicken Little. Once upon a time, there was a little chicken named Chicken Little. One day, Chicken Little was just sitting in a field, minding his own business, when all of a sudden, something fell out of the sky and bonked him right on the head. Chicken Little went, ow, and looked around, but couldn't see anything. What was that? Chicken Little said. Well, Chicken Little called over one of his friends and said, I just got hit by something that came out of the sky and smacked me right on the noggin. His friend, Ruby the Rooster, said, Chicken Little, I think you got hit by a piece of the sky. What? A piece of the sky? Yeah. I'll do a voice for Ruby. Yeah, Ruby said. I think the sky is falling. Ruby was a bit of a melodramatic rooster, but was really a good friend. Chicken Little said, oh no, not the sky is falling. What does that mean for us? It means we're doomed. Quick, we need to warn everyone. So Ruby and Chicken Little set off to go and warn all the other creatures around town to let them know about the danger of the sky falling. Well, Ruby and Chicken Little set off, and eventually they found Henry the hen. Henrietta said, what do you mean the sky is falling? Yeah, the sky is falling. Chicken Little and Ruby the Rooster explained to Henrietta the sky was indeed falling. And the three of them began to talk about what the fudge? what they should do. That's a lot of ender pearls. After communicating for several hours over a cup of nice, delicious Earl Grey tea, they decided on one plan of action. They would go and inform the rest of the farm animals about the horrible situation. Well, they ended up finding Daisy the duck, and they said, Daisy the duck, the sky is falling, the sky is falling. Chicken Little got bonked in the head by a piece of it. Daisy looked at Chicken Little's noggin and said, yeah. Oh wait, said, yeah, it does look like you got smacked right in the noggin by something. This isn't good. If the sky is indeed falling, we're all doomed. Daisy was a notorious gossip and also didn't understand science or mathematics. But they ended up deciding to do something. We need to warn everybody now. Uh-oh. Pause the story, chat.
What?
Hello. What's up?
Nothing.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
How you doing?
Oh, you know, good.
Oh, that's good.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's true. Glad to hear that. You doing good?
Yeah.
Oh, that's good.
I think I should kill Pengy.
No, that'd be fun. Go for it.
I'm joking.
Why do you want to kill Pangy?
I'm joking.
Oh.
It's a joke.
Oh. Get me all excited. I was hoping for some violence.
I
Now you're telling me
don't
there's
do
something
violence.
in it. Yeah, I know. This
No.
Pilly is a hippie, apparently. Which is ridiculous, just for the record. Can you think of anything that might motivate you to kill some people? Anything at all?
No.
Maybe like something happened to a dear friend or loved one?
No.
Really? Nothing at all. Not a single person you care.
Nope.
What the fudge? What the fudge? What what are you doing? What are you doing? This is
I am
ridiculous.
boxing myself.
I see. Ichi. This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. Chicken Little and friends, we need to go and tell somebody else. So Chicken Little and his friends went marching down the road when along came Foxy the fox. Foxy! The sky is falling! The sky is falling! Foxy looked them up and down and licked his lips. Oh, you don't say. The sky is falling. Perhaps we should take cover in my cave. Follow me. Foxy led them on a journey through town, and eventually they arrived at his cave, where Foxy opened the door and led them all in. As they went inside, Foxy shut the door and introduced all of them to his 3 wonderful children. Kids, I brought some friends home for dinner. Chicken Little, Henrietta the hen, and Daisy the duck and Rosie the rooster all looked at Foxy and said, "I'd like a double cheeseburger, now hold the lettuce. Don't be frontin', son, no seeds on the bun. We be up in this drive-through, order for two. I got a craving for a number 9, like my shoe. We need some chicken up in here. In this hizzle, push shizzle my nizzle, extra salt on the fizzle. Dr. Pepper, my brother, another for your mother, double super size, and don't forget the fries." Foxy said, "That's a really old video. I haven't seen that in a long time." And then proceeded to kill all of them. Oh my gosh. And feed them to his wonderful children. You guys have never seen that? Look up McDonald's drive-thru rap. Look it up. Look it up. This guy pulls up into a drive-thru and he's just like, he just starts rapping. Someone sent me that video a while ago. Yeah, you can actually do it a little bit faster too. I need a double cheeseburger and hold the lettuce. Don't be frontin', son, no seeds on the bun. We'll be up in this drive-thru, order for two. I got a craving for a number 9, like my shoe. We need some chicken up in here. In this hizzle, push shizzle my nizzle, extra salt on the fizzle. Dr. Pepper, my brother, another for your mother, double super size, and don't forget the fries. Yes, I've got it memorized. I know. I have better things to do, I'm sure. Yeah. Big Mac. Oh yeah, it's Burger King. It's Burger King. Drive-thru wrap. Big Mac. Oh no, maybe it's not. Big Mac is McDonald's. Big Mac. I need a double cheeseburger and hold the littles. Thank you for the 11-month sub, Axico. Hi, thank you. Burger King. I appreciate that. All right. So chat, we have 20 minutes till I gotta go do something. So, but that was fun. We got to see Skeppy on the Realm today. That was kind of cool. I'm not gonna lie. Let's go. So we are going to, Anyway. Alright. Oh! We gotta put the new emote in chat. Oh my goodness. How did I forget about that? Hold on. 1 second. Let me get it. Okay. What should we call this? Let me think. Let me save it. Alright guys. New emote. And it's a great one. This will be perfect for you guys to say hi to me tomorrow.
Why are you so quiet?
I'm not quiet. I've been talking this whole time.
No,
have you not been
you're
listening?
Not. Yes, I've been listening to silence.
Ignoring me? This whole time, I've literally been talking. Hilly, I have a question for you.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. So, I've got 3,000 hours of highlights.
3,000?
What should I do?
Can't you upload it to a bot's channel?
It's 3,000 hours.
Can't you upload it to a bot's channel?
It's gonna take forever. How many days is
Can't
that? 3,000.
You ask your moderators to help you?
Days. Oh,
To help you out?
Nah, I'll figure something out. But thank you, I appreciate it.
I would upload it to a bot's channel.
Thank you, Billy. That's good advice.
I don't think footage, especially highlighted footage, should be lost completely. Like lost
I
media.
agree.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Wait, someone's hitting me. You're distracting me. I was playing PvP. Forgot about it.
Yo,
I'm gonna lose because of you. Thank you, bad.
well, Pilly, I do have to go here soon.
God, my.
So.
Can't swear. I can't
Kill Pilly!
swear.
Kill Pilly! Yay!
I'm just realizing I'm wearing the odd skin.
Here we go. I was looking for the emo page.
Hold on, bad. Hold on. They're kind of.
What to call it? I think we'll call it.
Oh, damn it. Oh, God.
Call this.
Oh. I lost. Let me change my skin. Let me change my skin.
There we go. We call it wave or hello, chat? What do you think?
About
Hi.
what?
Hi.
Oh, you're
Cooper.
adding new emotes?
Hello. Hello. We could do hello with 3 O's. Yeah, I'm adding a new emote.
Okay. Oh.
Hi is kind of cute. Yeah, maybe we'll do hi. H-I-E. Well, that's true. You'll use it to say bye too, so we'll do wave. That's probably a good idea. We should do wave, because you'll use it to say hi and bye. I like that. Yeah, do that.
Oh! Badboyhalo, I'm doing it! Please, no!
Oh, there's a zombie
I had it, I
eating
almost
you, by the
killed
way.
him, he was too hard!
Alright. Yippee! Alright, it's
combo-
set up, everyone.
At the
Go ahead and
end.
try it out.
He comboed me. At the end. Sorry guys, I get really into PvP when I'm doing PvP. Oh, I'm just really bad at sword. Just really bad at it. Okay, I think this person's more at my, like, level. Oh, never mind. I'm better than them. Ooh. Never mind. I don't know if you can hear how loud I'm hitting my keyboard, which is kind of funny because I think you can, like, actually hear my keyboard when I'm speaking. Oh, that's so cute! The emote's so cute.
Thank you. Yeah, Lauren did a great job. Turned out very cute.
Lauren was telling me about it last night. I haven't seen the emote, I think.
So cute. Oh my gosh.
The thing that I struggle with is the aim. A little bit. Need to practice my aim. I won. Oh, I miss Clown Piers. So how many emotes did you add?
That's fine.
Just one?
Yeah, it was a
Oh, I see.
surprise.
Ah. Oh.
Uh-oh. I'm out of fireworks!
Mm. Badboyhalo.
Yeah?
You should give me your weapon.
I don't know about that.
Badboyhalo, I command you to make me the best weapon you can make.
You're needy. I'm pretty sure you said I was needy the other day.
Shut up.
When you're like literally verbatim the most needy person I know.
Shut up.
No, it's literally
right
true.
now.
You're super needy.
Fighting right now. Fighting. I can hear you. Blah, 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 blah. Oh my god. I just absolutely destroyed this guy. So funny. I am needy? That's crazy. That's crazy. Shut up, chat. Slash pause.
Fudge. Oh, what the fudge? Uh-oh. It's the lag. The lag is back. That's crazy. Oh my goodness. No. No. Why did it work? Alright, chat. I need to like shoot Pilly a message letting them know I lagged out. Alright, I am back. Let's go. Okay, let's see if I can join back. Pilly! I lagged out. I'm coming back in to say goodbye. Pilly, I must go.
I noticed.
Yeah, I'm only coming back in to say goodbye. I'm lagging
That's
out.
okay.
Okay.
All
I will see you
right.
later. Goodbye,
Goodbye.
Pilly, too. Glad to
Goodbye.
have you back. Pilly, too.
Yay.
See ya.
See ya. Oh, it's
All
not
right,
good. Oh, this is
bye.
not good. This is not good. This is not. Bye.
Don't die. Okay, chat. I need to go show you guys art. I have art to show you. Are you ready? All right, let's go do some art. I just realized I should probably start saving and categorizing, like, because these things are getting like pretty crazy in terms of size. Art time! That's crazy. Alright. Alright, here we go. Hey BBH, 2 months. I have been a lurker 4+ years, and now I have the ability to financially support you and your shenanigans. Thank you for being you. Also, I want to give a special thank you to the mods and my fellow ghosties for being the sweetest and most welcoming community I've ever had the privilege to be in. Much love. Aw, thank you, Sprezzy. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. That's very thoughtful. What a kind message. Aw, thank you. That's very sweet. I appreciate it. We do love the lurkers here, chat. What the muffin? Oh. What? You guys added a changelog? What? What the fudge? They added a changelog? Oh. They're going crazy with this map, chat. Every time I come and see it, I'm just mind blown. They added a changelog. I'm shocked. Hey, chair. Oh! Octagon! Why are you DD on the back? Hi. DD. That's crazy. Octagon, that's wild. This is so cool. Oh my gosh. Okay, okay. Alright. We're here to check out all the amazing art, chat. We're gonna do this quick. But not too quick. We will appreciate it. We'll take our time. But I have to get to what? You added no shot. They added what the fudge? You added it to everywhere? That's actually crazy. Okay, that takes it to another level. Oh my goodness, we're gonna have 3D art everywhere. Oh my gosh. What the fudge? What the fudge? This looks so cool. What the fudge? That is so cool. Holy muffin. Look at this, chat. This is really good. This is really good. Oh my god. That is sick. Oh my goodness. Look at the 3D-ness combined with the landscape. This is sick. How'd you pile multiple logs on top of each other? This is actually nice. Did you guys add multi-levels? This is just so cool. I'm so impressed by what you guys have been able to do. This is great. Good job, J1. That's impressive. Oh my gosh. Oh, they're still working on it. I'll let them work on it. I'll save it again, don't worry. Dad, are you okay? Oh my gosh. Oh no, chat. What the fudge? RJ and Mio. Why? Oh my goodness, why? No! Oh, fudge. Oh no, chat. This is crazy. Oh no. Okay, okay, it's fine, it's fine. Okay. Oh, it's so cute though. I love the palm. The palm is really cute. The dapper's super cute too. That's a really nice hat. Oh, why? I like how that's going along. See, this is so sick, chat. It adds such a layer to the style that you just can't do in a lot of other mediums. It's really nice. Awesome job, whoever made this. Why am I peeking out through the ceiling? I like this. Dang, you guys are getting wild with it. Like, there's some wild stuff. Is that... I'm amazed, chat. You guys are actually crazy. Untitled paint. Oh, that's cute. I think I know who made this. Yeah. Tall, righteous. Very nice. This is nice. Very nice. Sapphire, love the eye. Godqual, I love you peeking through the thing. That's cool. The swan! There's a swan here. Aw. Cute. I like it. Nice swan. But you can see the shading a bit better that way. I wonder if any of the others you can see better that way too. Hold on, let's fly up a little bit. You missed the fan art from the SMP museum. I do too. That was so cool. Like every day to be able to see that. Oh my gosh, for every week. That was such a great idea. Gosh, I wish we could do something like that on the Realm. A fan art museum would go hard. This is wild, by the way. What the muffin? That is also wild. I really love seeing the creativity you guys are exerting. BBH, Skeppy, BCG. No, no, no. That's ridiculous. That is cool. Neat. Very nice. Very nice. Ducky. Okay. Very nice. Skippy. Oh my goodness. You know what time it is, Bad. Oh yeah, wait, this is after he stole, this is the next page. Page 4. After you stole my shirt, Foolish. So for those who don't know, there's been an ongoing comic. And this one, Foolish stole my shirt! Give it back! Give it back, Foolish! Wait, he's not even wearing it! Why isn't he even wearing it? You just took it and he's not even wearing it. What the fudge? He better be wearing it in page 5 or I'm gonna be ticked off. Also, what the muffin? Murmur SPOS? Oh, that's fire! Oh my goodness, chat. They did like biblical angel art. Oh my gosh. That is so cool. Oh my gosh. This is so sick. This is fire. Oh my flipping gosh. I flipping love this. This is so good. Dang. Okay, let's get different. What the fudge? Look at the what do you call it? Yep, it's a seraphim. What the muffin? Oh my gosh, I didn't even know that was down there. Oh my gosh. Guys, we've been getting so much crazy art ever since they added. Like, we've been getting it for a while, but ever since, I'm just shocked, chat. When we originally made this, I didn't think we would get, like, just the craziest art ever. I just didn't think we would get, like, I thought we'd get, like, really talented stuff. I didn't think we would get, like, just all the insanity we've been getting. Like, there's a lot of just crazy stuff. I'm just shocked. Also, this beat is really cute, just for the record. Zafi, I like it. You did a great job. Oh my gosh. That's so cute. I love how cute that is. Very nice. I'm loving these. That is a very cute bead, by the way. Some would say it's unbelievable. Also, look at that, chat. Why? Why do you do this to me? Why? Hold on, chat. Why? Why do you do this to me? Nighttime. So. Oh, is the moon gonna be behind there? Change time, only you. Let's do sunset. Whoa. I hope this is the one you were talking about, because that looks sick. Oh, what the fudge? This looks awesome. I love this. Oh my gosh. That is so cool. Oh, dang it. This is too cute. Dapper and Palm. Oh, we love him to bits, chat. Whee! The ghosties are traumatized. Give the tears. Get away from me! Get away from me! Hey, who made this, by the way, so I know who to ban? Someone tell me who made this. Whose icon is that, chat? Whose is that? I made Octagon! Why? It's so cute! I hate it. Why would you do this to me? Okay, I can't ban Octagon right now. We'll have to ban him later. Also, this is very cute. This might be one of my favorite palettes, or like canvases we've ever done. I love it. Thank you guys. This is awesome. Alright, we won't ban Octagon or anyone today. Despite the fact that you're torturing my soul. I'll save this one and the next one. Food for thought. There's so much cute stuff here. Like, genuinely. Oh wait, I have to go across. Play some games with us before bed. No, I'm sorry, chat. I'm running late for something I have to go do. I apologize. It's funny. I did do an event stream. You know what? Tomorrow, maybe I'll do some games tomorrow. We'll see. We'll play by ear. Expand 500. I'll keep you guys posted. Hold on. Right here. There we go. Oh, I have to push this down. Copy. Oh, wait a minute. That is not. Where is the center? Copy. There we go. Scan, save, museum, canvas, day 80. I'll save it again in a little bit for the pursuits again. I didn't grief. I fix. See? There you go. There you go. I just need to get down one more block. All right. Anyway, guys. All right. Anyway, guys. Thank you for hanging out with me. I had a lot of fun. You guys are a bunch of smelly ragamuffins. But I enjoyed hanging out with you, and I hope you guys had a pretty good day. Yeah. Anyway, you guys are great. We're gonna call it for the night, and no shot. Guess what, chat? No, I just saw is live raid D-Town. Cannot wait. Hold on. There we go. All right, going out with Pilly, chat. Bye, chat. Bye. Sorry, chat. Got a little sidetracked. All right, everybody. Thank you for hanging out. I'm going out with Pilly. Also, oh my goodness. Okay, also, just for the record, I am gonna read Ruruz. Ruruz is good. Or, sorry, Ruruz is also going live. If you want to hang out with Ruruz, I literally totally forgot. I already started the raid on Billy, so I'm gonna raid Billy. Sorry, chat, my brain isn't working. It's Saturday. I'm always a little funky on Saturday. But thank you for hanging out, everybody. I hope you like the new emote. I'll see you tomorrow. If you want to go hang out with Ruruz as well, feel free to. You can watch both of them. Watch Billy and Ruruz. Forgive me, chat. Anyway, I'll see you guys later. Sorry, Ruruz is going live, so please go watch them too if you can. I'll see you later. Bye, chat. See ya.